not for that, but up here, scratch Maureen's name and just say colleague Maureen Coffey.
Let's go. The County Board is in session. Welcome to the January 28th County Board recessed meeting. I'm Board Chair Takis Karantonis with Vice Chair Mate Ferranti on my side and members Susan Cunningham and Julius J.D. Spain Sr. Our colleague Maureen Coffey is joining remotely today from her residence here in Arlington, Virginia, due to medical reasons. We are also joined by the county attorney, the county manager, and the county clerk, and the members of the staff who are supporting the meeting. As we discussed at the end of last year, and in accordance with our new rules of procedures, we will begin today's meeting with our closed session to be followed no earlier than 3:30 p.m. by our usual appointments, recognitions, and proclamations and reports, board reports and manager reports. Items pulled from the consent agenda will be heard not earlier than 6 p.m. as a regular hearing items this evening. So, therefore now I move that the County Board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code sections 2.2-37L 11. .A.1, 7, and 8 for the following purposes: a personal discussion regarding a board appointee, consultation with the county attorney regarding active and probable litigation where such discussions in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the county, and consultation with the county attorney for legal advice regarding the county board's legal authority in certain circumstances. This is moved. Do I have a second? It's seconded by Vice Chair De Ferranti. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Ms. Coffey has just voted in the affirmative. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries, and therefore we are now in closed session. The board will return no earlier than 3:30 p.m.
What's up?
Oh, hi.
eco-friendly habits. Eco tips and resources to guide your efforts that you can adjust to
you. The board is back in open session, back from our closed session. And as we need to do that, I will move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, first, only public business matters lawfully exempted to open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and second, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chair De Ferranti. Colleagues, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, of course, Mr. Carantonis. Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti?
Aye.
Ms. Coffey?
Aye.
Ms. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Spain, Sr.?
Aye. So this motion carries. We have certified, and we can proceed with our meeting. I want to note that our colleague, Ms. Coffey, is participating from her residence here in Arlington. She doesn't feel great, and the reasons are medical. I can only be thankful for the fact that she can still manage to participate in the meeting. So thank you for that. That brings us to appointments, awards, recognitions, proclamations, and reports, which is the part of the meeting that used to be, that time we put the closed session first for this year. So I move the following appointments, and my motion doesn't need a second. For the Arlington Health Center Commission, to appoint myself, Takis Karantonis, for a term ending January 31st, 2026, and designate as chair, to appoint Matt Ferranti for a term ending January 31st, 2026, to appoint Maureen Coffey for a term ending January 31st, 2026, to appoint Susan Cunningham for the term ending January 31st, 2026, and to appoint Julius J.D. Spain Sr. for a term ending January 31st, 2026. That's to the Arlington Health Center Commission. To the Arts Commission, to appoint Salvatore Ferro for a term ending January 31st, 2028. To the Audit Committee, to reappoint Bill Wiggins for a term ending January 31st, 2027. To the Civil Service Commission, to reappoint Sayed Ahmed for the term ending January 31st, 2029. To the Commission on Aging, to appoint Karen Gorman for a term ending January 31st, 2028. To the Climate Change, Energy and Environment Commission, C2E2, to appoint Lisa Marcellus for a term ending January 31st, 2027. To the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, to reappoint Melissa Edelman for the term ending January 31st, 2027. To the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, to reappoint Caroline Hines for a term ending January 31st, 2028, and David Howell for a term ending January 31st, 2028. To the Historical Affairs and Land Review Board, to reappoint Gerald Laporte for a term ending on January 31st, 2029, and John Lawrence for a term ending on January 31st, 2029. To the Human Rights Commission, to appoint Jimmy McBurney for a term ending January 31st, 2028. To appoint Gina Cotton for a term ending January 31st, 2028. To appoint Sharon Gibson for a term ending January 31st, 2028. To appoint Angela Malone for a term ending January 31st, 2028. To appoint Maggie Davis for a term ending January 31st, 2028. To appoint Alan Gadhar for a term ending January 31st, 2028. And finally, to appoint Dylan Montgomery for a term ending January 31st, 2028. And the last one, Neighborhood Complete Streets Committee, to reappoint David Ansel for a term ending January 31st, 2028. A second on this motion is not required, so all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Coffey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. So this motion carries, so all these appointments are now valid. I cannot stress high enough how thankful we are for this massive, massive investment of time, talent, and volunteer resolve here to help our community and help and support and advise this board. I will then pass to recognitions and proclamations. We have an important proclamation this evening. I will ask Mr. Julius J.D. Spain Sr. to introduce the Black History Month proclamation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have before me a proclamation of Black History Month, and it reads as follows. Whereas Black History Month is observed in February of each year and seeks to highlight the experience of Black Americans and to recognize and pay tribute to the many contributions of Black Americans to the society and culture of the United States of America. And whereas the celebration of Black Americans' contributions began in 1926 with Negro History Week, and each year since 1976, the President of the United States has proclaimed the month of February to be Black History Month. And whereas the various and profound ways that work and working of all kinds, free and unfree, skilled and unskilled, vocational and voluntary, intersect with the collective experience of all Black people, and whereas the theme for Black History Month 2025 is African Americans and labor, focusing on the significant contributions and experiences of Black people in the workforce throughout history, and the role of labor movements in advancing civil rights, and whereas this theme sets out to highlight and celebrate the potent impact of the labor forces here in Arlington and across the nation, and now therefore the County Board of Arlington, Virginia does hereby proclaim February 2025 as Black History Month in Arlington County and calls upon the residents and employees of the county to observe this occasion by recognizing the contributions of Black Americans to our society in general and to the Arlington County in particular. Signed under seal, Takas Karantonis, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Thank you so much for introducing and reading this proclamation. In the following weeks, we will have several events around Arlington. We will engage our entire community in a meaningful celebration and commemoration of what Black history means for us. We do have our own Black history, I have to say, and it's, to me at least in these 21 years that I've been in Arlington, every single time it was a new discovery. It's amazing how much we need still to discover and to understand. The second thing is we're going to proceed with Chair's report. And the first thing that I want to do, something that is hopefully uplifting for everybody. We have a significant Asian American community here, Asian Arlingtonian community, approximately 25,000 people. And tomorrow, they will be, most of our fellow residents will be celebrating New Year. This is the Lunar New Year, celebrated by people all across China, Vietnam, South Korea, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, so a good part of our world. The Year of the Snake is the sixth sign in the Chinese zodiac. The zodiac follows a 12-year cycle. It is also the Year of the Wood Snake, symbolizing, I read, complexity, intuition, and transformation. So very Arlingtonian attributes. The positive qualities that are attributed to the snake are associated with resilience, creativity, and adaptability, and thus the ability to overcome various obstacles or challenges. So I couldn't imagine a best Asian version of describing the year we have in front of us. I wish everybody who will be celebrating tomorrow all the very, very, very best. Moving on, we will hear a presentation on, a preliminary presentation, I should say, on our ranked choice voting. I hope everybody remembers our last election on November 5th, 2024. I believe that this was the largest, biggest ever general election that was, carried out with ranked choice voting for the office of the Arlington County Board, the one that Mr. Spain won. Congratulations again. So, and here we have Gretchen Reinemeyer, our Register Richard Samp, and David Barrera, who will be providing us with a report about what we learned about the implementation of ranked choice voting this year. Starting with Ms. Reinemeyer. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you so much for inviting our office to present today about ranked choice voting and our implementation of it in the general election this fall. So I wanted to provide a brief overview. Sorry, let me advance. So I wanted to start by providing a brief overview of the November 2024 election just in general. So of the 168,000 actively registered voters in Arlington County, 130,000 cast ballots this election. We operated 4 early voting sites and 54 election day polling places. And we could not have run this election without 685 election officers. These individuals really are the backbone of our democracy, and they are what allows us to be able to cast our ballots. So big thank you to everyone who helped us out this year. We do have a lot more information on the 2024 election available in a post-election report that is available at vote.arlingtonva.gov by clicking on election and then in results and data. And we do have some copies here today if anybody's interested. So in terms of outreach that we did for this election, for the first time that I am aware of, we did mail a voter guide. This was a trifold brochure to every actively registered voter as of August 19th in Arlington County. And this guide contained very high-level information on the offices that would be on the ballot and the options available for voters in Arlington, as well as a brief overview of what ranked choice voting was and that it would be used in that county board race. All of the feedback that we received on this voter guide was positive. We did not receive a single complaint, which I think is almost unheard of when you're doing something that touches this many individuals in Arlington County. And we did see voters throughout the early voting period bringing in this guide with them when they came to vote. So we know that it definitely made its way to voters' fridges here in Arlington, which is what I was hoping to see. So in addition to this voter guide, we developed videos with partnership with the CAPE team under the county manager here in Arlington. These videos were released in Inside Arlington, available on YouTube and on the various social media channels for the county. We also conducted 20 in-person outreach events, partnering with the Parks Department here in Arlington, the retirement communities, some universities here in Arlington, and basically any organization that invited us to come out in the fall, we made time to make ourselves available to that organization. In addition to these general outreach events, we also made sure that voters, when they came in to vote, were provided instructions on, high-level instructions on how to mark their ballot specific to that ranked choice voting office. While it is impossible to provide individualized instructions to 130,000 people, we did our best to make sure everyone had at least the opportunity to ask questions if they had any during that voting process, if they were voting in person. So moving on to ranked choice voting in this election, I wanted to start by just covering a few terms that we in the election industry use a lot. And when we have explained ranked choice voting to people who call us over the last few months, these are the terms that we often end up having to define at some point during that conversation. So just for anybody who is watching this at home, let's take the courtesy and just clearly define what I mean when I'm talking about these things. So an overvote is any time a voter makes more than the allowable choices in an office. So as you can see from the visual here, you're allowed to vote for one candidate, but they've ranked 3 candidates in the first choice. That is what we would call an overvote. The next One is an undervote, which is when a voter just doesn't vote for the office. They skip the office, it's left blank. The next term that we'll use is an active ballot or active candidate. And this is an active candidate is a candidate who's still being included in tabulation. They have not been eliminated from the race. And an active ballot is any ballot that contains a ranking of an active candidate. This is as opposed to an exhausted ballot. So when we get to tabulation and we start going through rounds and we start eliminating candidates, a ballot becomes exhausted when it no longer contains a ranking for an active candidate. And also important to ranked choice voting, unlike a traditional election where the candidate with the most votes wins. In ranked choice voting, a candidate has to hit a threshold. They need to receive a certain number of votes in order to be declared the winner of the election. So when one candidate is being elected, this threshold is 50% of active ballots plus one vote. So they just have to get one vote over active ballots. So looking at the county board ranked choice voting for this election, 129,000 ballots contain the race for county board. Not every ballot cast in Arlington actually contains the race for county board. So from those ballots that did contain that race, the candidate needed 64,762 votes to win, and the winning candidate was declared without having to do any rounds of tabulation. So Mr. Spain received 65,635 first choice votes, or 50.67% of votes. This actually was only 873 votes over the threshold. And I think it's also important to note that our office processed more than 7,000 ballots after the election. So to say every ballot really does count, we really can't declare a winner election night. Every single one of those ballots has to be counted in order for us to declare a winner with ranked choice voting. The breakdown by votes. I know what's available on the public website from the state does not include under and overvotes, so I wanted to make that information available to the general public through this presentation. So as you can see, this includes the breakdown of under and overvotes and how many votes each candidate received during each style of voting, so early voting, election day. Mail ballots received by election day, provisional votes, and mail ballots received up to 3 days after the election. So when we look at how the vote percentage totals changed from election night to the final total, you can see there is very little change. So those ballots, those 7,000 ballots that were counted after the election did very little movement on the actual percentage of votes that the individual candidates received. The only real change is where that undervote is. It's probably the biggest change, and that's because if we look at provisional voters, they had a very high rate of undervoting in that office of county board, but that makes sense because provisional voters are usually same-day registered. They're new voters to our community. They're probably less aware of local offices to begin with. So before I go into the discussion or any kind of analysis of what information we can glean from how Arlingtonians felt about ranked choice voting by looking at the data of this election, I just really want to caveat this is not a scientific study, and please, I would encourage anybody watching online to just not read too much into the data. There just isn't a lot of data available. So part of the limitations that we have in the data that is available is we only have information on the first choice rankings of candidates. Because we did not do round tabulations, I do not know how voters in Arlington ranked their second or third choices. While that data is available, I don't have access to it legally under the laws of Virginia. So there's a lot of unknowns in that. So how many ballots just didn't rank any candidates? I don't know. How many ballots ranked the same candidate 3 times? I don't know. How many skipped rankings or how many ballots were spoiled because of ranked choice voting? This is not data that we can access legally. It's available, but I don't have access. But what we can do is we can start to look at how this election compared to other elections. So what I did is I pulled the election from 2020 for county board, and what we can see is in 2020, 86% of voters cast a vote for a candidate in that election, and in 2024, using ranked choice voting, 86% of the ballots contained a vote for a candidate. That means the same number of people who chose not to vote for, or who didn't vote successfully for using ranked choice voting in 2024, the same percentage of voters did not vote for a candidate in 2020. So one could surmise ranked choice voting did not impact anybody's ability to have their vote counted in a way they intended it to be. Make sense? In terms of what impacts ranked choice voting might be having to candidates or campaigns, once again, if we look at 2020 to 2024, we had 2 candidates running in 2020 versus 4 in 2024, and we did see 15,000 more voters rank a candidate other than the winning candidate as their first choice in 2024. But every election where ranked choice voting has been used in Arlington County has been with open seats where an incumbent has not run. That can impact a race and who chooses to run in that race. So I would say making any conclusions about how ranked choice voting is changing the makeup of who's choosing to run for office in Arlington County, it is far too premature to make any declarative statements to that. So one of the other questions I've been asked is there a geographic difference, and so are there pockets of Arlington where voters might be not understanding ranked choice voting at a higher rate? So what I did here is a little confusing to read, but I looked at the under and over votes from the county board race, and I compared it to the under and over votes with the school board race. So as we can see, the blue line is for county board, the orange line is for school board, and it's by precinct. So we can see the lines remain relatively flat. So roughly the same percentage of voters that are under and over voting remains consistent throughout the county. There is no precinct that is an outlier. And with that said, when we see a peak in people undervoting for county board, we see a peak with people undervoting in school board, suggesting that they probably didn't want to vote in a local race. It had nothing to do with ranked choice voting. And when we look at where the precincts with the highest number of undervotes are, in that county board race, they are along the metro corridors, which is what you would expect. These are more transient voters, probably less engaged with local races to begin with. So finally, we do have some anecdotal feedback from election stuff, but as you guys are aware, anecdotal feedback, it was not collected in any kind of rigorous manner, and it is subject to a great deal of bias. But what my staff basically we all agreed is most voters did not require assistance beyond the basic explanation they were given. Voters who did need assistance with ranked choice voting needed assistance with the whole ballot. It wasn't just specific to ranked choice voting. The most common errors we saw were somebody ranking the same candidate 3 times or ranking 3 candidates in that first choice ranking. And some of the common questions that we got are, do I have to rank 3 people, or can I just vote for 1, or do I have to vote for everything on the ballot? So with that, I will conclude. I will say, if there are any data points that anybody in the community would like us to look at, if we have access to that data, we're happy to go have a look at it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reinemeyer. I have to say, we didn't take the time yet to thank all 686 election officers. I know very few places that have had more of a almost flawless election like we had, and that's because of the work of your staff and all these people. So thank you so much for this. Mr. Barrera.
So, good afternoon. My name is David Barrera. I'm the Comms and Policy Manager for the County Board. I will be providing an abbreviated report on feedback that we collected regarding the use of RCV in the 2024 County Board General Election. A much more comprehensive presentation, as well as a public hearing, will be provided in February when the board considers whether to expand its use of RCV in its elections. But before we begin, I want to be abundantly clear that this is also not a scientific survey. I will always be the first person to say that. I use the term feedback form deliberately instead. So please consider this just a snapshot of a particular engagement that we did that I've captured for the board's consideration. So first, an overview. While the feedback form had several questions for residents to answer, there were 4 main ones. How would you rate your experience using RCV? How familiar were you with RCV before you voted? What was your general stance on RCV using a slider scale? And which one of these statements most reflects how you feel about the use of RCV? The feedback form was distributed digitally and ran from October 15th to November 30th. Last, this feedback process is deliberately the same as it was in 2023. In general, the same questions are asked. We did this to make it easier to compare data. And throughout this presentation, I will show side by side the 2023 and 2024 results for quick comparison. So starting with our participant and comment totals. In the 2023 County Board primary, we collected responses from over 2,400 individuals with over 2,100 comments. In the 2024 County Board general election, we collected responses from over 1,100 individuals with over 1,000 comments. Now, I want to reiterate here, I did both rounds of engagement, and I made sure that we use the same methods of engagement, emails, media advisories, graphics for the purpose of comparison. Recognizing the turnout seemed quite low this feedback process, we also extended the feedback period by an additional 10 calendar days and sent out another advisory, but turnout was still about half of what it was in 2023. I also want to note the asterisk on the 2024 participant number. This is the number of responses to the second question, did you vote in the county board race? Now, this was used instead to get a total because in the first few days of the feedback process, the platform we used was recording and counting the answers to the first questions separately. So this was corrected, and this does not impact our data analysis. All questions are tallied individually. I just wanted to highlight that in case anybody was looking at the feedback results and noticed that difference. You will also see an N, the number of responses below each graph in this presentation. So, given the economy of time, I'm just going to focus on 4 demographic variables: age, gender, race, and ethnicity. And also for the sake of time, I will only be focusing on our 2024 data. So, I've highlighted these across the tables, but of those that responded, I'm just going to highlight the takeaways. The plurality of participants in our feedback form were ages 70 and above, that's 26%. The plurality of participants identified as female, that's 47%. And the vast majority of participants identified as white, that's 73%. And the vast majority of participants reported that they owned their home, 73% as well. And again, I will go over the demographics portions in more detail in February. It's just to give you an idea of who participated. So moving on to the first question, how familiar were you with RCV before you voted? Participants were provided 4 options. Either they never heard about it, depicted in red. I've heard about it, didn't understand it, depicted in yellow. I heard about it and understood it, depicted in green. I was very familiar with it, depicted in blue. In this question, it seems generally that awareness of RCV has increased. Note that from 2023 to 2024, the percentage of those that either never heard of RCV or didn't understand it shrunk. That is the red and yellow slices from 23% to 12%. And that the percentage of individuals who were very familiar with it, the blue slices, grew sizably by 22 percentage points. Again, to be fair, I am noting the difference in the end between the 2 years. That's 2,100 responses last year and 1,000 responses roughly this year. When asked how would you rate RCV, your experience with RCV, the percentage of negative responses, and again, not a scientific survey, just noting, grew notably from 2023 to 2024. So in 2023, 50% of respondents had either a positive or an exceptional experience with RCV, and that's depicted with the green and the blue slices combined, with 29 stating that their experience was negative. Those are those red slices. In 2024, 50% of respondents reported either a positive or an exceptional experience, with 38% stating that their experience was negative. That's a 9 percentage point increase from last year. Participants were also asked to use their slider scale to tell us generally how they feel about RCV. On the left-hand side, there is no support, which registers a 0 on the back end. On the right-hand side is full support, which registers 100. This sounds duplicative, but unlike the previous question where we were asking for their use and their experience with the use of RCV, this question is more about how they feel about it in general. So in 2023, the average was 59 out of 100, and in 2024, that dropped to 52 out of 100 by 7 percentage points. This is my last analysis slide. Participants were asked to select one of 5 statements that most reflect how they feel about the use of RCV. That's, it should only be implemented in the general and special elections. That's yellow. It should only be implemented in the primaries. That's green. I don't know enough about this state position. That's orange. It should not be implemented at all. That's red. It should be implemented in every election. That's blue. So 3 notable points. The I don't know enough about this position. Slice, that orange, it shrunk from 12% in 2023 to 4% in 2024. The it should not be implemented at all grew by 7 percentage points. But a small caveat, it should be implemented in every election slice also grew by 2 percentage points. So not all negatively trending. So that was as short as I could make the main points of the results. As noted before, the board intends to consider at its February county board meeting whether to expand the use of RCV in its elections. This will formally be an item on the agenda with a public hearing, a full presentation, a board report available a week prior, and then of course the board's deliberation and vote. My presentation will also be a bit more comprehensive and will include a comment analysis. There's 1,000 comments to get through. But for those interested, you can always request the feedback results from our office at this time. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Barrera. Colleagues, with a reminder that this will be coming before us for a more thorough conversation and a decision of, in this year's at the very least, method of voting for the office of the county board. I open the floor for a few questions right now and some comments if you so desire. Who wants to go first? Ms. Coffey, feel free to speak up if you want to speak because I cannot see you on my screen right now. Mr. Spain.
I was deferring to my colleague. I'm the new kid on the block, right? One, thank you to the entire team for your work. And what I'm really impressed with is the outreach that your team, Gretchen, specifically performed in 2024 as we think about years past. I saw it firsthand, how you were intentionally engaged. But to David, I would say, even though what you presented is, a small snapshot, a small sample size of people, around 1,100 or so, I will tell you that I'm still a bit concerned, right, about how far and wide that RCV has resonated within the whole community of Arlington. And I know that we've had some entities out there, or organizations that have done some work in this, right? They've done some, even on polling day or election day, they were out there collecting information. So it's going to be interesting to look at all of that analysis as we think about decision moving forward. Again, I am concerned about only 1,000 people showing, being able to participate, given that we had 130,000 folks vote. That's less than 1%, right? And again, understand your data, but if we're going to make smart data-driven decisions and we're going to have robust engagement, we need to have some bench points, right, markers about what's the threshold in the community. So, but again, I just want to thank you for your outreach, Gretchen more specifically, and David. And I look forward to the conversations next month.
Thank you, Mrs. Spain. Mr. DeFrente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really appreciate the work that's been done, both Ms. Reinmeyer as well as Mr. Barrera on this one, on ranked choice voting. My past statements that lean in support of ranked choice voting are there. I do think that there are reasonable concerns regarding how deeply this has been, the awareness and the understanding of the specifics of how ranked choice voting works in Arlington have been accepted by the full electorate. I continue to lean forward, but I am looking forward to the discussion next month and just grateful for the work. I do think the staff report and the more robust discussion is the best place to allocate my comments. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
Ditto. I'd like to say a huge thanks to all of our elections staff and volunteers. That was quite a year of many, many elections. So thank you for coming back for this year. And then on RCV in particular, I know we'll have a more complete conversation next month. I think one of the pieces I hear from our community members is, why are we only doing county board this way? Like, could we not just have one way of doing things? And I would just lift that up to our General Assembly and to others that we don't yet have the permission to do that. But if we did, it would make sense to do things all one way or the other. So look forward to that opportunity in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Ms. Coffey, I cannot see you, unfortunately. Maybe Mr. Kushner can help me.
No hand raised.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to belabor it too much. We will have a more thorough conversation. I hear, first of all, thanking you all, including our electoral board, for really leaning in and being an integral part, Mr. Samp, of the success that Arlington elections are in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and probably also a national example, because as I have heard, Ms. Reinemeyer is often involved or invited to speak to other places. So to me, it's absolutely clear that introducing a new method of vote, a method that has is a departure from many decades of established methods, will take a while to be digested. It will take a while for us to have enough data to understand what works, what works less. Looking forward, I see the first bottom line here is that through your efforts, we see a better absorption of the concept, a better acceptance and understanding of the concept, not to be confounded with agreement always on how this election is conducted, but we see a more positive absorption of the basics of how this election method works, and I'm happy to see that. You're speaking also to a board that I believe has now the largest number of people who have been elected one way or the other with the method of ranked choice voting. So this is also a board that these are elected officials who have campaigned under conditions of ranked choice voting, who are speaking to voters and to the community as a whole, within the frame of this conversation. So I'm happy to continue this conversation until next month, where we'll have to make a decision about what happens this general election. Mr. Samp, I have seen your light. If you want to say a couple of words, I will be happy to accommodate you.
I'll make it very brief. First of all,
Thank
I
you.
think I speak for all of electoral board members to say that we think that we are very lucky to have someone like Gretchen overseeing the election. She did a very good job on this. The other thing I was going to mention is I grew up in a city in Massachusetts that has had ranked choice voting since the 1930s. Mm-hmm. So when I was growing up, it was well accepted. I don't know how long it took for everybody in this city to understand it, but by the time I was aware of elections, everybody in the city knew that every school board election and every city council election was going to be using ranked choice voting, and it was well accepted as a very fair and good method of proceeding.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. As far as I know, there are about 100 or a little bit more than 100 communities in the United States that use the local communities that use the system. Ms. Reinemeyer may know the exact number.
Only one city has used it continuously since adopting it, and that is Cambridge, Massachusetts. But it is used it is used in a variety of different places throughout the country, both in local elections, but also in states that have runoff elections for their military and overseas voters. So it is used, in several different applications throughout the country.
So, thank you. Your presentations will be available, can be requested from the county board, and they will be part of the materials that we will be posting for the regular item that will be coming up in February. So, moving on an item that we mentioned already at our organizational meeting at the beginning of this month, and this is a set of activities a set of actions on South Carlin Springs Road. As Ms. Coffey specifically pointed out, part of our consent agenda that we approved already on Saturday that was item number 20, if I'm not mistaken, contained already some practical decisions, as in moving forward with acquiring some easements to improve sidewalks and improve street pedestrian safety on South Carlin Springs. So I want to provide a short update on a project that we will be, all of us will be following this year and probably also beyond. On the last December, actually before that, right before Thanksgiving, on the 23rd of November, we had a horrible crash on South Carolina Springs Road and 3rd Street, just across the street from Kenmore Middle School. It could have cost the life even of two students, two girls. Fortunately, nothing significant happened to them. They were part of a crash that for sure they will be remembering for a very long time and will have consequences for their mental health. But fortunately, the injuries that they carried from that were minor. Following that, the community, we had a regular meeting with the Glen Carlin Civic Association on the 3rd of December, so short after Thanksgiving. And we have, and I was there, I attended this meeting, and this was about accelerating delivery of improvements on South Carolina Springs. We had we talked about short and medium term improvements. We talked about timing and scoping the South Carolina Springs corridor study in parallel to the master transportation plan that is currently in a phase of updating, or whether this should be sequential, so taking longer time. We talked a lot about Vision Zero interventions. So this meeting was literally full house, had probably 50 people in the room. It took more than 2 hours. There were several families with kids present. Several parents from Campbell Elementary, Carlin Springs Elementary, and Kenmore Middle School. Several residents from Arlington Mill whose kids go to Kenmore. We had a lot of tenants and Latino parents and community representatives, such as from the ASHPA, which is the Arlington Hispanic Parents Association, and Bugata, who was a tenant representative. In terms of community feedback, since this is a report, I heard a clearly articulated concern that pedestrian safety on South Carolina Springs is not prioritized. This is what people were saying, especially in the segment that is hosting 3 schools. This is the half mile of South Carolina Springs that has these 3 schools: Campbell, Carolina Springs, and Kenmore. Parents were asking for shuttle buses from Kenmore to Carolina Springs to Greenbrier Baptist Church. Parents were saying that the underpass under Arlington Boulevard, Route 50, didn't seem to be safe for all users, so there were too many conflict points. The southbound speed cameras were appreciated, the ones that have been installed this fall and winter, but county should pursue installing northbound speed cameras and overcome the technical problems that we have currently there. We were asked to enforce even more vigorously the slow zone, the school slow zones, and to think about expanding the time intervals during which speed enforcement is happening. We were asked for more and more visible Vision Zero signage. People had questions about whether we can install crash-resistant bollards at corners, and whether we can deploy even more crossing guards to the ones that are deployed already. In short response, first of all, we are continuing investments in South Carolina Springs. Proof of that is the item number 20 of this meeting, And I know that my colleagues, Ms. Coffey and Mr. De Ferranti, are in constant contact with advocates. I also know that Mr. Spain and Ms. Cunningham do the same. So we're pretty invested to be in constant contact with the community and continuing so. We are also in constant contact with our staff. Safe walk to school is a priority. Pedestrian signals are now on phase recall with increased pedestrian intervals. This is already implemented right now. We will see more lead pedestrian intervals, which means that the red phase for vehicles will be longer and the green phase for pedestrians will be prioritized, minimizing conflicts. No turn on red will be implemented when the technical syncing or the technical finessing of these pedestrian signals is completed very soon. We will be reevaluating the posted speed limit. You may remember that last year we had a kind of a frustrating conversation about the speed limit because legally we couldn't reduce it. And now we feel that, and staff advises that we feel that we may have a second bite at this apple and we will be able to have the whole Carlin Springs Road, north and south, under one speed limit of 25 miles an hour. But the work on that, we need to have a study to undergird our decision, and this is ongoing. So we are reevaluating that. And we have seen also very positive results from speed camera enforcement. So I have here some anecdotal, some data from the first implementation. Look, in September when we started, we had almost 4,300 citations, basically. That means that these are people who were speeding in these very short intervals of just 2 hours, 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the evening, in a school slow zone that has 3 schools on it. I mean, one has to imagine how reckless this is. So that's the number. Immediately after citations were issued, this went down to 1,190, and it's continuing to go down. We will be posting even more data very soon on this. We are working on sidewalk expansion projects, like we have seen with easements this month, and this will continue further. We are the work on the Fifth Road South signal is in progress. Aside and in addition to the third road signal, and traffic modeling of the road network which is part of the Master Transportation Plan refresh, and all this preliminary work will be meshed to allow us to accelerate the parts of the South Carolina Springs corridor study that we want to see, being there and guiding our decisions on South Carolina Springs earlier rather than later. So with other words, we understand the sense of urgency, and we are doing everything that's technically possible to work with staff and figure out how to accelerate and deliver a safer street for everybody as soon as possible. I will welcome my colleagues for short comments on that, but this is not going to be the last time we talk about South Carolina Springs.
I'll just say very briefly that I'm thrilled to see the data on the very short period of time that we have had the speed cameras in operation. And not surprisingly, we are seeing that some enforcement actions do change behaviors. And I'm looking forward to that continuing on Carlin Springs as well as others. And just remind all of us and everyone to pay attention to those flashing lights.
Yeah. So Ms. Coffey, if Ms. Coffey is visible and Mr. Kushner, okay,
No,
that's fine. So that's about South Carolina Springs. I said sometimes that if we can get South Carolina Springs right, we will probably be able to get anything done. It is an exaggeration, but I want to make that point. So, to something that is almost countercultural these days, but I'm very, very happy that we're getting to do that. So the Arlington County Climate Action Resolution. So colleagues, I'm sure that with the exception of Mr. Spain, you remember that very early last year, we had testimony here, several people, I remember Ms. Kit Norland specifically, but several people, and then a lot of emails came in saying, well, it is about time that Arlington gets all its climate policies together in one place and says, this is what we believe in, puts a frame around and say, this is our climate action a resolution, a framework that would guide what we were calling back then, and we still call, a whole of society and a whole of government action plan. With the invaluable help and collaboration of my colleagues, and specifically Ms. Cunningham, we have been in collaboration with several of you, many activists, many people who have been investing a lot of volunteer time in climate mitigation, climate action matters in Arlington. And in collaboration also with our climate coordinator, Ms. Fioretti, who is here as well. Thank you for joining this meeting. We have now a text that will, a language that we have been already releasing to the public, and will be today available to the general public through our website under trending topics, I believe.
That's correct. On the board's homepage, there's a drop down for trending topics. There will be a page to
Exactly.
following the meeting.
So the climate resolution, the intent of this document is to state what our framing principles are. How do we see climate action in Arlington? What are the parameters within which we will try to align policies and implementation that will deliver on climate goals that we already said that we want to pursue. This is to reduce our carbon footprint, significantly reduce our carbon footprint, to be able to accomplish our carbon neutrality goals for the year 2030 and 2050, to make sure that we have a measuring device for compliance for what our government does, and a measuring device for success to measure what our society, our neighbors do and accomplish if they are able to reduce their carbon footprint. There is a long list of recitations that just frame the kind of problem that we see. The problem of, I was just saying the other day that out of the 21 years that I've been a resident in Arlington County, 10 out of 21, 10 have been record climate, record hot years. So 50% have been record hot years, and there is a running very dark joke that says, enjoy, this is the coolest year of the rest of your life, right? So, and this is unfortunately no joke, because it actually costs lives. It is forcing us into places where we have to make provisions for dramatical changes in the way our weather works, in stormwater management, in heat island mitigation. Our nature is suffering big time under the new climatic conditions. The whole well-being of the community is affected, and the risk for major calamities and catastrophe is present. We have seen this year, I don't need to remind anybody about what happened in Nashville, just a few miles south of here, a few miles west of here in West Virginia or in Kentucky and north of that. So we can consider ourselves ultra lucky that we weren't the place of a major catastrophic event. So the climate resolution looks at asks the county to create a comprehensive climate action plan, which is an evolution of our community energy plan. It guides our policy work towards implementing practical, continuous programs to reduce carbon footprint, protect nature, increase canopy, mobilize the community, make sure that every part of government, from the police department to the climate coordinator position, that they are in sync and attuned, and they deliver, much like they deliver with our equity resolution. So we want the climate resolution to be one of the framing set of principles of government action. The document is now in the public domain. We are welcoming your comments. We will be in active conversation with everybody. And we will be absorbing all amendments that you would send to us, and we will be happy to discuss them. Our intention is to adopt next month in February. Because it's a resolution, there is no formal process of request to advertise, but this is effectively the advertising. So Ms. Cunningham, if you want to say a few words.
Sure. I just wanted to add, I think you highlighted some of the challenges that we face with some of the climate changes, but the resolution is also intended to invite all of us into the opportunity. And I think referencing our Arlington 2050 work last year, probably the biggest theme we heard was Arlington is green and Arlington is natural, and there are connections to nature everywhere in our urban corridors as well as in our more suburban areas. So I'm really excited about bringing that to life as a community, and I think we'll hear a little bit more as the day goes on today about what some of those opportunities are. I think the manager has a report that will help us think about tree cover and heat island and flooding mitigation, and then our assistant manager for climate policy will be reminding us of nudges and how we can all work together, both in the community and very importantly across government. So whole of community, whole of government. Looking forward to it.
To Mr. DeFrant and then to Mr. Spain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to both of you for doing the work on this. Really appreciate it. I was reading through the whereas clauses, which I learned 5 years after starting being a lawyer are also called recitals. And so those clauses, I like them. And there may be some tweaks that we do over the coming month. And I think that it is, I think it's important just to share the thought that there is the love of green and living in a community where you don't feel like you're surrounded by concrete. And then there's also, and they're related, they're linked at a deep level, but then there's the atmospheric and carbon climate crisis, which is leading to, the temperatures just skyrocketing. They are very much linked, but I think it is important to call out those two related goals that we're seeking to address, because both are ones that need to be worked on. And I do really appreciate the way we're worded in this draft, that we have a lot that's really focusing on some of the root causes, which frankly, we like being in climate-controlled, warm and cold spaces. And we like, some of us like more than others. Some of us don't like it all, but we like the ability, the option to, if we need to, take rideshare or drive a car. But those are things that we at least have to be conscious of the choices that we're making. So just a big thank you to the chair and Ms. Cunningham for the work. And I hope those comments are at least palpably acceptable to the folks in the audience here immediately that are listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Spain.
Well, yeah, thank you to our chair. And my colleague Susan, who this train left the station long before I showed up, as far as the resolution goes. But I will tell you that I'm very grateful for the work that you put forward. I think to what my colleague Matt Deferanti just talked about, the vice chair, is that I think over the next month or so, we may make some slight tweaks to it. I'm new to a lot of these commissions, and I will tell you one of our commissions, the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, just has a few things I think we can look at adding as we talk about a biophilic city, which we've been a part of and is networked since 2020, but also the green infrastructure as part of a solution, right? And so, whether we put that in some type of whereas clause and tweak the resolution, hopefully we can get to that, just so we can really show our commissions who are doing this work that, we mean what we say, right, when it comes to this, the environment. So thank you again, Chair and Susan, for your hard work on this.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. I'm absolutely convinced that you will play a very vigorous role in improving the text. And what's most important is improving the delivery. So, and for starters now, to do something specific, right? We think that we can do climate action already on a personal level. And we have a great collaboration between our Arlington County and one of the oldest organizations of citizen-driven, of resident-driven, I should say, climate activists on the local level in the United States of America. Last time I checked, Arlingtonians for Clean Environment, and today Eco Action Arlington is only matched by one organization out in Portland, Oregon. And this has been almost 40 years, right? So thank you so much for that. There is a big reason why we are leaders in this, with the hearts of our community. So Ms. Hodges, thank you for shepherding that for so many, many years. That's really a very important point. So Ms. Fioretti and Ms. Hodges, what are we talking about? Climate in your pocket.
That's a good way of saying it. We should rebrand it that way. So thank you so much, Chair Karantonis and members of the board.
Bring the microphone a little bit closer so that we can all. Good.
Okay. All right, we're going to be pulling up our presentation. So we're really excited to introduce the launch of the Get Green Arlington mobile application. Again, my name is Jennifer Fioretti, Assistant County Manager for Climate Policy. I'm joined by my colleague Rich Dooley, Director of Climate Policy. Also with us is the team of Eco Action Arlington, Eleanor Hodges, our Executive Director, Kara Simon, Emi Yamamoto, and joining virtually as well is Brian Ringer, the CEO of Emerald Technologies, who's the developer of the app. And at the end, hopefully we can turn it over to Eleanor Hodges to say a few words as well. All right, so the Get Green Arlington was developed by Emerald Technology Group and customized by Arlington County in collaboration with Eco Action Arlington. We are proud to partner with Eco Action Arlington on this important initiative. They are, of course, as you've shared, one of the county's longtime partners and widely supported nonprofit organization in the Arlington community. Thousands of residents participate in their educational programs, the Energy Masters. They sign up for newsletters and participate in volunteer events throughout the year. So what is the Get Green Arlington mobile app? Simply put, it's a tool to inspire and empower residents and businesses to take meaningful climate action. So why do we need it? Because it's our generation's responsibility to protect the planet for the next generation. And every step that we take, each and every one of us, will help move us in the right direction towards climate action and addressing climate change. When you engage with the app, it supports Arlington's ambitious environmental goals, including carbon neutrality by 2050. This is, of course, a pilot project which, if not extended, will end on June 30th, 2025. The project was funded through a $10,000 Northern Virginia Smart Region Initiative grant through Smart City Works to EcoAction Arlington. Over the next several months, EcoAction Arlington and the county will monitor the app's performance, which will help inform whether or not we extend the use of the app beyond the end of June. Next slide, please. According to the Pew Research Center, a vast majority of Americans aged 18 plus have access to a cell phone, with about 9 out of 10 owning a smartphone. By partnering with EcoAction Arlington to introduce a mobile app to the community, Arlington aligns people's preference to use mobile technology with its environmental priorities. It also aligns with Arlington's technical strategy in making digital services accessible to all. The initiative provides residents and local businesses with an easy way to contribute to Arlington's environmental mission, underscoring how small actions lead to significant collective impact. And I will also say that in terms of communication, our goal is to find as many tools as possible to reach out to people where they are, and this is one of many tools that we hope to employ. Next slide. As part of our effort to get the word out, we've created a short 1-minute promotional video, which we will run now, which sums up the purpose and key features of the app.
The Get Green Arlington mobile app is here to help you take meaningful climate action. Here's what makes the app special. There are easy to follow eco tips and resources to guide your efforts that you can adjust to your lifestyle. There are tailored climate actions specifically for Arlington residents. The app keeps you in the know about what eco events and initiatives are happening daily in Arlington. The app shows how easy it is to incorporate eco-friendly habits into your routine, such as biking to work and composting food waste. Every eco-friendly action earns you leaves, each representing 10 pounds of carbon saved. This is how you can track your progress and collectively how everyone together is helping make Arlington more eco-friendly. Whether you're choosing locally grown food, using public transportation, or making energy-efficient upgrades at home, this app makes reducing your carbon footprint easy and fun. Together, we can create a greener, more resilient Arlington. Download with the QR code at arlington.getgreen.eco or search Get Green in the App Store.
So pretty well summed up. There are a number of climate action challenges, tailored tips for reducing carbon footprints, community engagement opportunities, including gamification, because we all like to have a little fun, and exclusive rewards. Next slide. Getting started is simple as 1, 2, 3. So you search Get Green Arlington on the App Store to download the app today, or download through our QR code, which is found on all of our marketing and promotional materials. You explore, once you've downloaded it, you'll explore the app features and hopefully participate in completing actions to tackle climate change. Next slide. So how will we track the app's performance? Emerald Technologies' Get Green team will provide data and reports to EcoAction Arlington on a weekly and on-demand basis. Reports include general and detailed anonymized data on overall users, application usage, actions, badges earned, leaderboards, carbon saved, and more. This past Saturday, the county board approved the amended memorandum of agreement between the county and EcoAction Arlington so that we could participate and work together on this initiative, and that EcoAction could also share that anonymized data with the county. Next. The anonymized data that we collect will help us better understand the community's needs and interests, and will also help us track how we are meeting our overall objectives, which are hopefully to have 500 downloads within the first month of launch, foster meaningful participation by ensuring at least 250 users complete one in-app climate action challenge within the first 30 days, and create sustained interest by achieving a 25% increase in active users by the end of our 5-month campaign. Ideally, we are hoping to get even more folks to participate and download the app, and we will be out in the community talking to folks to get them engaged and excited, or as excited as we are about the app. So there's no time to waste. We encourage that those in the audience or those watching virtually to download the Get Green Arlington app today and to help us get the word out and share with friends and family. Together, we can support a healthier, greener Arlington. So and thank you very much for the opportunity to share this new tool with you today. We're happy to answer questions now, or we can turn it over to Ms. Hodges, again, Executive Director of Eco Action Arlington, to say a few words.
Thank you, Ms. Fioretti. Ms. Hodges.
Well, good afternoon.
I just signed up.
Do you have questions?
Yeah, exactly. We were trying to listen, but 2 or 3 of us may be downloading the app while you're
And just to make it easier for you, it's really very easy. Very easy. You just put your, after signing up with your email, etc., then it asks you what zip code you are in, and then they find out that you're in Arlington. Yes, and that's it. And then it's something about composting down in Rosslyn. It's excellent.
Excellent. Well, I can be quick. Good afternoon. Thank you to the Climate Policy Office for organizing this. And I want to applaud the county board on your ongoing leadership. It was very nice to be here to hear the launch of the climate resolution. And we thank you and your predecessors for all the work you do for sustainability and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, going back to the original launch of AIR back in January of 2007. So congratulations and thank you to the county board. We're also proud, and thank you, Mr. Carantonis, for your acknowledgement of our partnership. It's been 47 years, and we're looking forward to the continued work together and this new chapter through work like this app and working with Jennifer and her colleagues. I wanted to add to the call out to a few acknowledgements. We do appreciate Debbie Hiscott from Smart City Works, who was instrumental in getting the grant that made this possible. She's their executive director. We also wanted to acknowledge Brian Ringer, who's here on the conference call with us. His staff have been amazing to work with. They're creative, they're proactive, they're full of ideas, and they're all about making our initiative here in Arlington a big success, which has been wonderful. Need to thank the team of Eco Action Arlington. We have, as you know, a great board, many, many volunteers, this amazing staff, and we're all here to support this community to make this work better and to reach our common goals. We're thinking, as you all are, of the new administration in DC, so this work here in Arlington becomes even more important, more imperative. The climate resolution, doing things like this app. So we thank you again. Doing this new work is exciting. And together we're excited to stay firm, rally our community, and make a difference for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. So, up to who hasn't signed up yet? Show hands. We make a 1 minute pause to get everybody signed up. 500 people in a month is not a lot. We have to get faster to that. Thank you so much. I'm absolutely certain that we will make that. There are some people who say, okay, well, another app, etc. No, it's a good reminder. It nudges you all the time. The power of nudging is extremely important, and there is always something in our lifestyle that we learn. I always thought that I know most of the things, right? And I still remember that. It's a humbling, a teachable moment for me. Ms. Hodges remembers that. Vampire energy, right? Vampire losses, which is the standby losses when you put all these chargers and you leave them and you don't forget them. And they actually, in Northern Virginia, they account for almost the production of half a power plant in total. This is a coal-powered power plant. So this is amazingly, it is a lot to which we, millions of consumers, are contributing. So apps help us optimize this, much like health apps have been successfully doing that. So it's not a bad idea. And the best thing is when you can, graduate out of this once you have really changed your lifestyle, and this is the whole point of the exercise. Thank you very, very much. So, Mr. Manager, I think, sorry. I can open the floor for comments. Oh, that's okay, but Mr. Spain,
Go
you
for
can
it.
say. Go for it.
Jennifer, y'all gonna leave? I mean, we, well, first, I just wanted to, I did download the application. It's great. I think it's quite easy. I was initially concerned about what data we were gonna be capturing, but it looks like just first name, email, and your zip code, so whoever's doing that on the backside can, don't have to worry. As we talk about this goal of 500 folks, I think, will we have a county manager, about 4,000 employees in Arlington County government? That's an easy task to get to 500, I think. And so, look, I just again want to thank Eleanor. Jennifer, I'll say this publicly because I already said it privately. You're like a breath of fresh air, I mean, at least for me, and I love your passion in this space, and I look forward to working with you and the entire team over the next couple of years. So thank you and keep up the great work, okay?
Thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, if there are any other comments, I know that we will be talking about that next month, and we will be checking on the 500,000 participants. We want to really perform better than that until next month, right? Okay, great.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'll just, if you could just make sure, I mean, Mr. Dooley and I nerded out about building envelopes and our efforts to have our power bills stay at $7.58. Mine this month did not because it's been so cold. But I just also want to make sure, Ms. Simon, that you convey to EcoAction the sentiment. I may not make every night meeting that you guys have, but I try. I do have a 1-year-old, and I think often of what her life will be in 45 years. And this is up to us. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. Mr. Manager, the floor is yours for the manager report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In today's report, I'm going to give you an update because we committed at the conclusion of our November 13th work session on impervious areas and tree canopy, and we introduced, we committed to introducing a few options on how we would approach a potential study on the environmental issues in our low residential areas. We're going to share our preliminary thoughts on some different conceptual approaches to a potential zoning study that aims to support better stormwater and tree canopy outcomes in our low residential neighborhoods over time. So at a high level, we're going to share a few of the main decision points we see in the future, scoping a study, and also really important to focus on the level of effort and the duration of these potential options. We have additional work to do before we're ready to ask for your specific direction. That said, if there's a particular focus or considerations you'd like to suggest to us, obviously we're very receptive to hear that. So I'm going to turn it over to Jason Papacosma of DES and Anthony Fusarelli of CPHD, who will walk you through a short presentation. Jason?
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, and good afternoon, Chair Karantonis, members of the board. Could we cue up the slide? Sorry, thank you. And we can go to the next one there. Okay, great, thanks. So I'm going to start off here by bringing forward the main conclusions from our November work session when we took a deep dive into our impervious area data for low residential lots. When we were together then, we talked about larger new homes leading to less remaining pervious space to meet a range of public and private needs, which includes stormwater management and plantable space for trees. We also talked about the compounding effect of adding paved surfaces after new homes are built, the overall potential for paved surfaces to expand across all residential lots, and the significant efforts that have occurred to date with board action and support along the way to mitigate what the stormwater and urban forestry programs can control. So with this brief context, I'm going to hand it off to Anthony to share some preliminary thoughts about a potential zoning study.
Thank you, Jason, and good afternoon. As part of today's update, we would first share with you staff's preliminary outlook on the intended objectives of a possible zoning study on this matter. So specifically, we view such a study as an opportunity to consider amendments to our zoning ordinance to support better outcomes for stormwater management and tree canopy in Arlington's low residential neighborhoods. In our thinking to date, we'd expect the study to have a particular focus on setting limits for how much of a residential lot could be developed with impervious areas. And preliminarily, we've conceptualized two primary ways for how to do this. The first, for ease of explanation, we've conceptually identified these approaches as two separate pathways labeled number 1 and number 2 here. And within these pathways, we've also identified sub-options A and B for each. For the first, one primary pathway would be to focus the study on establishing and adding new impervious area limits into the zoning ordinance, which do not exist today. Under this pathway, there'd also be a decision point as to whether to keep lot coverage standards in the ordinance as well, or alternatively to remove them and shift to impervious area limits only. For the second option, the other main pathway would be to pursue changes to how lot coverage is defined in the zoning ordinance. And for this pathway, there would also be an important decision point regarding whether to simply add walkways and patios to the existing definition, or to conduct a more comprehensive review of the definition, potentially redefining lot coverage in a more significant way. While the primary pathways on the prior slide speak to some of the fundamental choices for how to pursue such a study, in the course of conducting this study, there would certainly be many other decision points along the way. Among the main decision points include, for the impervious area limits pathway, determining exactly what quantitative limits to set for the permissible impervious areas on a lot. And for the lot coverage definitions pathway under the 2B approach, a main decision point would be what exactly to include or exclude in a revised definition of lot coverage. And as we think ahead to further and more detailed scoping of a potential study, there would also be many additional decision points to address, and a few examples to add here include keeping lot coverage limits as they are or changing them where applicable, whether to include minimum plantable area requirements, adjusting existing yard setback requirements, and whether to establish impervious area or lot coverage limits based on lot size instead of zoning district. This list here is not exhaustive, just a few examples to share this afternoon as well. And with that, I will turn things back over to Jason.
Thank you, Anthony. So we put together this exhibit to help frame how the potential options we've talked about today might compare in terms of level of effort and duration of study, looking at the 4 main factors shown here as a starting point. Overall, based on our thinking, looking at this so far, options 1A and 1B, because they rely on readily available impervious area data for every property, which is courtesy of our stormwater utility system, are expected to involve relatively less effort and time to study compared with options 2A and 2B, which focus on lot coverage changes. Especially helpful through the stormwater utility fee estimator, we already have a way for property owners to see where they're starting from relative to any impervious area limits that would be proposed. In contrast, lot coverage data are not currently tracked in a database system that could be analyzed for all low residential properties across the county. It will take some time to compile a representative data set to establish baseline conditions against which to evaluate proposed changes, and then more time to have the data needed for a property owner to know what their current lot coverage is. The secondary decision points that Anthony talked about, for example, whether or not to adjust setbacks, also influence the effort and time to complete a potential study. Next slide, please. And these are 2 elements we do not envision to be studied under a framework that sets an overall limit on impervious surfaces. Within a total limit framework, the intention would be to give owners agency to choose how to allocate building space versus other needs. And this could be effective in achieving the primary goals for stormwater and tree canopy without revisiting establish limits on building footprints, or setting other limits based on area rather than a percent coverage of the lot. So this slide concludes our short presentation. We're happy to answer any questions from here.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Colleagues, I can go. Who would like to fill the question? Ms. Cunningham.
I can certainly start, and thank you very much to staff and to the manager for the deep thought that's gone into this over the last couple of months. I know our community's been asking for us to revisit and think about the impact, especially on impervious surfaces and flood mitigation, as well as tree canopy. So recognizing this as a prime example of the interdisciplinary work that we need to do to really move the needle on climate resilience. I think it's really great that we're starting the conversation today. And I want to have a shout out to many of our commissions and staff who've been kind of nudging us in this direction for quite some time. Our Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, as recently as the end of 2023, our Stormwater Master Plan updates even a decade before that, and a number of our advocates across the community. So thank you very much for that. I think we will plan to, as a board, dig into these options, and I especially appreciate the thought about the challenging, how much time it will take both to study it, but also what data is most readily available. And I think in the pre-work, you mentioned that the lot coverage has a three-dimensional element to it, whereas impervious has a two-dimensional element to it. So it is actually easier from the aerial photos to move forward with the impervious surface. So look forward to that. And I hope we'll be able to come back, Mr. Chair, in February to discuss and move this forward.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and that for moving this forward, as well as Ms. Cunningham for the work on it. I appreciate the presentation. I think that's the last slide, and then there is maybe slide 4. I just wanted to sort of pause and understand, without getting into too much detail, to understand, starting with the last slide, if we could put that up. I believe it sort of described areas where we currently were, the direction, and that's changeable through to February, is not currently to include in the scope. So this slide actually is probably more helpful. I appreciated Ms. Cunningham kind of lifting up flood mitigation and tree canopy as two critical elements. There's been a lot of discussion, and there's an eagerness to move forward with the study. I do think it's important for us to, as a community, get some handle on the scope of what we're doing. And this slide particularly is very helpful on 1A and 1B and what we have. There's a focus on impervious limits. I think it's Ashton Heights, but it could be Lion Park. I'm pretty sure it's Ashton Heights, where we've seen a couple of pictures that were brought to us where the patios and walkways nearly made it all concrete, the entire lot. And I think that is, as we had some conversations with staff, that is not something that that's just not in our interest from a climate and a flood mitigation point of view. But I also think that in my time on the board, all board members, including me, have been always interested in adding things to the CPHD work plan. Fewer board members have had the courage to sort of say what we should what we have to do in an out year rather than the first year. And I'm not saying that this is something I believe in, we should do the study. Advocates have made the case. I just do think that where we have the data, that I do have significantly more interest in 1A, 1B, perhaps 2A. I do think there is relevant The circumstances are different. Perhaps the work could be different. But at least if we flip now to the 7th slide, I am aligned with, currently aligned. I'm open to further discussion about adding these two not being part of the scope of the study, at least at this moment. I do think stormwater is our focus. There are people who live in Phoenix who think that Phoenix neighborhoods are perfect. When I've been to Phoenix, I think that they're not perfect. There is no divine wisdom on how, if you go to Europe, the subdivisions are built totally different. There is no, I grew up in McLean. I used to think that McLean was how the world should look. I was very aware, even at that stage, that equity was not a part of the neighborhood that I grew up in. But I just wanted to say that we can both care about stormwater and climate and green and also not know exactly how we should be doing every last piece. So I'm supportive of the study. I'm aligned currently with these pieces. I'm open to, in the coming weeks, further discussion, but I did think it was important to, in addition to just hearing the study, to at least offer longer comments than I might want so that there would be some engagement by all of us on it. So hopefully that's helpful for staff.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerenti. Mrs. Spain.
Yeah, I'll just be real brief on this. Here we are again, day 28, and all this is gets thrown in my lap. But I'll tell you this 29. Yeah, okay. So look, I was briefed earlier this week by staff on this, and I want to thank you for your work into going into this. And like my colleague Matt DeFerenti, I almost want to pull the slide back up on 1A and 1B where we had the breakout at. It was up there a second ago. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think for the, at first look and for the public, I think trying to get a grasp on what does all this mean when it comes to resources, right? And then expectations if we try to go as far as 2A and 2B. And I want to believe that, at least right now, until we get to the point of having a larger conversation, less effort, shorter duration is pretty much, where I'm at for right now. And then to the last slide, can you go to slide 7? Yeah. Again, I think we need to be very clear to what Mr. DeFerenti said, that these elements are not going to be studied at the time. And I'm aware, again, that we're juggling a lot here as a county and our staff, and we don't want to add on to a lot of processes and issues and things that have already kind of left the station relative to environment, flood resiliency, stormwater management. There's a lot going on. So I'm very cognizant of some of the things I've heard this week, but we need to be effective in how we go forth. However, to Ms. Susan Cunningham's credit, and I know this as well, there's a number of folks in our community that want us to have this conversation and they're very concerned. So we want to listen to all parties, but also we want to make sure we're doing this in a very deliberate, methodical, but also a smart way. Right, and there's no redundancy in effort. We have, issues going on with housing that are still being addressed that we're trying to mitigate as well. So, for what it's worth, thank you. I look forward to the conversation over the next couple of weeks and being able to do some more deep dives in the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. I will add my thanks, and not only for this presentation, but for the precursor presentation. It was far more in depth and really insightful. And Ms. Cunningham referred to that as a deep dive, right, several times. And she's right about that. It is not a trivial issue. It's an issue that not only affects, the political thinking of some people or the way they we perceive our neighborhoods and et cetera, but also it affects the significant values, investments, the houses, the rights of a lot of Arlingtonians, in fact, tens of thousands of them. So therefore, I applaud the careful but incremental and deliberate approach that we have on this. So we will continue to learn, to discuss. I'm closer to the concept, just conceptually, to focused and targeted. Because for me, this the slides that most of us have referred here as we have a high availability of data, we have a high countywide analysis feasibility, and we can have a focused and targeted scope that, as always in Arlington and as always in good policy, we'll find, once we do one thing, we will be able to do the next one, and we'll do that in an organized and an informed way. Very often we have been not accused, but there was critique about doing too many things at once and drowning in complexity and sometimes losing a coherent development of an argument in a policy line. And I think that here we have the opportunity to be incremental, deliberate, and define very well what problem are we addressing first. And I think that since we're talking about the climate resolution, et cetera, the problem of stormwater management, for example, is a huge one. The problem of pervious surfaces, plantability is a huge one. It's immediately there, and we have proposals here that guide us on a path that can significantly improve our policy understanding and our policy response on these. So for this, with that, I look forward to the next round of conversation, which will come very, very soon. We will talk about that during the planning, our work sessions on the plan for CPHD. We'll talk about that during budget. We'll talk about maybe with the Civic Federation at the end of February. So we will have more than a few opportunities to touch on this again and again until we get going with a study that's properly and incrementally scoped, in my opinion. So thank you for that, Mr. Manager. If there is no other, and I still believe that She said she doesn't have anything to add. Okay, great. I'm happy that she's back, Ms. Coffey, at least online. Mr. Manager,
Yes.
The big issue of this winter, which was.
Thank you, Chair Karantonis. As you know, I mean, how couldn't you? In January, we had our first major snowstorm in a few years. In addition to the snow we had a special challenge of experiencing frigid temperatures for over a week afterwards. So today you're going to hear from staff from multiple departments that made up our snow response team. And I know Zach Bradley is so excited because he'd so much rather be here than out managing our snow removal. You're going to hear about how more than 250 Arlington County employees worked around the clock for many days to help clear our roads and travelways. And you're also going to hear about some of the challenges we faced and what we've learned from the storm. One thing I did want to say before I turn it over to Zach, just to give you some context. In a typical year, we have 180 water main breaks. This month, we've had 80. Okay, and I always am so impressed with our water, sewer, streets crews. They go out and do work that I can't conceive of ever doing myself in frigid temperatures to try to repair our water mains, and I wanted to give them a special shout out. And I know that Ms. Garvey gave them a 25-minute shout out in December. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Zach to start the presentation.
All right, thank you. Zach Bradley, Chief Operating Engineer for the WSS Bureau within DES. We go to the next slide. So I'm not going to read a whole lot on this slide. Really what this is meant to convey is all the different bureaus, all the different departments that are involved in countywide snow operations. It by no means is just water, sewer, streets. We rely on Parks Department, Solid Waste, Equipment Bureau, and our TE&O bureaus just to fill trucks to maintain the streets. And then Transit has the bus stops, Facilities does our parking lots, our Water Pollution Control Bureau does a significant amount. So hopefully this conveys what the responsibility is, who is responsible for it. I will note that we do coordinate with the schools. We'll lend them equipment. We'll help coordinate contractors based on whatever their needs are. And then just One other note on this, the 35 miles of sidewalk is what the county is responsible for. Countywide, I think we are over 700 miles of sidewalk, just to kind of put into proportion what falls into our bucket of responsibility. Next slide. So these are a couple of pictures just kind of depicting what all the different bureaus do. So in the top left, you've got Solid Waste Bureau cleaning a protected bike lane. Just to the right of that is Transit clearing a bus stop. To the right of that is the Parks Department clearing a pathway. I'm not quite sure if it's a trail or a sidewalk. The picture on the top right is a WSS truck clearing a roadway. So just to give you an idea of what our equipment looks like and what all different aspects of the county infrastructure we touch. Next slide. So every year we do go through snow training. This is in-vehicle driver training, classroom training, refamiliarizing ourselves with the systems, calibrating vehicles. We do have an annual competition amongst drivers to see who can get the best score in a rodeo. And these are just kind of some of the layouts, some of the locations, and what those trainings look like. Next slide. Before I get into the larger graphic on this, I'll call attention to the top right with our phased approach. We do have 4 different phases: pre-treatment, clearing of primary routes, clearing of residential routes, and then our cleanup. Very important on our larger storms where that response goes 24/7 for multiple days. And then down at the bottom shows our holistic response based on the snowstorm. So almost always pre-treat, and then all the way up to the hauling and melting at that 8 to 12 inches or more. Next slide. These are a couple of pictures of what our goals are. This is what we call an acceptable level of service. On the left is a primary, secondary route. We're looking for curb to curb, the medians to be knocked down so cars can freely travel through there. And then on the right side is the residential route. This road in particular has one pass on it. From the picture, it looks like the cars on the sides and our windrows that the plows create kind of prevent us from going too much wider, but we do strive to get a minimum of 1 lane. I will note that our plows are kind of brute force objects, right? They're not finesse. They're 11-foot wide pieces of steel. So it's expected to get windrows. Sometimes those can go into protected bike lanes up on top of sidewalks. That's why we fall back after the storm and clear those. Next slide. And then these are just some statistics. I believe Solid Waste Bureau primarily handles these, but 7.5 miles of protected bike lanes, 3 pieces of equipment in total for all 7.5 miles. They will pre-treat. They do start clearing after the snow for the reasons I just mentioned. And then they do help out the transit stations as well. So we're sharing resources through there. Next slide. This is the response timeline for the January 5th, 6th snowstorm. This just highlights when we get into the different phases, and that cleanup did last through the week primarily due to those colder temperatures and overnight refreezes. Next slide. And then this is our snow activity map. This is what we put up on the public face. We also, we analyze this data real time during the snowstorm on the back end. Make sure we're not missing any streets. We can fall back, touch streets up if they've got less data, less what we call breadcrumbs on them through the GPS. And then it does update in almost real time with about a 15 to 20 minute lag from when the truck drives down and when the public can see it. Next slide. And then this is the, I'll say it's the raw data of the complaints received. So you can see we received about 1,500 snow requests throughout the county. The table in the bottom right, the bar graph shows what types of issues and requests those were. I'm not going to get into that, but if there's questions, we can speak more to that. Next slide. And then I'll speak to Department of Parks and Recs, unless, okay. So they did work 12-hour shifts concurrent with the WSS effort. They do have the ability to flex, so they can start a little bit later. Right, you don't need to clear snow off of a sidewalk that doesn't have any snow on it. So they have, 35 staff. 16 parking lots, and then 4 people at the snow desk help coordinating their efforts. They also do the trails, the parking lots, safe routes to schools. And then they also had issues, you can see in the picture on the right, they had a lot of handwork in those overnight refreezes, pedestrians' activity use on the path, turning that into ice, caused a lot more effort than just what snow would be to remove. Next slide. So overall, we did a really good job on that snow event. We received a lot of compliments from the residents. We've got some compliments from emergency services. They didn't have any vehicles stuck. They were able to get all their calls for service responded to. I believe some stats were mentioned earlier, but we had about 250 county employees. We had about 2,300 hours of driving, and overall we were very safe through that effort. We do have a couple areas to improve. One of the improvements we're currently working on, it went live about a week ago. A lot of our clearing maps are in PDF. We're moving those over to GIS so that they're interactive. We can zoom in, get more detail from that. Revisiting our priority list, expanding the technology we have to provide us more information, better information, and then improving the process and data flow with CPHD. Next slide. So this is the PDF to GIS map that I just referenced. This is in the GIS web builder. So you can see we're able to zoom out, get kind of holistic pictures of what's in the area rather than one very focused image. Next slide. And then just some tips on how to stay informed, how residents can help. We post online, we have web links, social media. Residents, especially on big storms, encourage everybody to stay off the roadways. Park the cars in the driveways if at all possible. That helps especially our cleanup phase. Stay at home, telework, and then follow the snow ordinance. And we'll go to the next slide, and I'll hand it off to CPHD.
Good evening, Ms. Manager and the board. John Sanafamia, Section Chief for Code Enforcement, and I'll be taking the next several slides. Okay, as Zach had stated earlier, there's probably over 700 miles of sidewalks within the county. This latest snow event, the ordinance went into effect on Tuesday, January 7th, at the conclusion of the storm. The residents and businesses were to clear adjacent property and sidewalks by 11 a.m. on Wednesday, January 8th. Shortly after, probably within 48 hours, we had received over 870 complaints submitted through the snow form posted on the website. Next slide, please. So beginning at 11 a.m. on Wednesday, the 8th, all the code enforcement inspectors worked to address snow removal complaints. My staff prioritized responding to the complaints per the ordinance and in addition to the regular code enforcement caseload. Once a complaint is received through the snow issue form, a CPHD inspector visits the property to investigate the issue and works with the property owner to correct it. Each location must be inspected to verify a violation exists before staff can take any type of enforcement action. Our policy in our department currently is to issue a warning first, try to make contact with the resident, the homeowner, property owner, and either verbally warn them about the ordinance, or if nobody's home, we'll leave a door hanger with that same information on that. We try to visit these properties within 24 hours after issuing the warning to see if they've resolved the violation. At that point, we are able to issue citations. We don't normally like to cite our homeowners, but we usually like to get voluntary compliance, and that's our main goal. Next slide. This is a flow chart, excuse me, of the process that's currently being used. As you can see, when the snow event ends, the complaints are accepted. Approximately 24 to 36 hours after the event ends, that's decided by the amount of snow that is accumulated. Anything over 6 inches is 36 hours. The complaints then are routed to the code enforcement email box. My administrative staff must take that information from that email and create the code case in Permit Arlington. Once the case is created, the GIS system assigns it to the area inspector for that area. They make the initial site visit to verify that the complaint is valid, and they'll issue a warning if it is. After that, after about 24 hours, they go back for a reinspection. If the violation is abated, then the case gets closed. If the violation remains, then we can move to the citation process. Or if it's a severe safety issue, we do have the ability to abate the violation. The county has the ability to do that through a contractor.
So that concludes our presentation. We have Mike Simmons here from the Department of Parks and Recreation. We have an entire team of snow experts sitting here at the table. So back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you for everybody, especially the people who have been out and working. I have the understanding, if I remember correctly, that at any given time there were like 150 or more employees, maybe 180. Who have been out on the streets, and it's not only the work on our sewer infrastructure and our broken pipelines, etc. It was all the above. So I understand that this was a huge mobilization. So colleagues, questions. I know that this was an issue that has Mr. DeFerranti.
I will be succinct. I don't need to go first in all just because I'm old on the board. But so first, I wasn't on the board in 2014 or 15, but it's a matter, or whenever the big snowstorm that, but I think you were manager, I'm not sure.
So there was, I'm going to get this right, 2016 was Snowmageddon. That was my first week as being manager. 2010 was Snowpocalypse. I had no involvement in that.
So on Snowmageddon, it's a matter of public record, I think, that it was hard for our community. The streets, so I ask, if you're listening to this, think about that and think about this one. Very, very different. We were ready, and you guys were working super hard. I also think it's relevant, the slide item that says 2 years of the last 10 have we had a significant snow event. And if you ask the 26 and Old Dominion Task Force, they say climate change, and they're not wrong entirely, that is going to lead to less. I saw Ms. Rudolph a couple of days later, and you mentioned your entire team was exhausted, but working really hard. Thanks to you, Mr. Emanuel, the Mikes, Mr. Moon and Mr. Collins, Mr. Zach, I didn't have the quite catch the last name, and another Mike. It's the people who are out every day and who are out away from their families that Ms. Garvey was right. Those are the heroes. And so big thanks. Without being too positive, I'll just say Pentagon City Mall, that's a learning thing. And I would say that it's different, right? Because we didn't have Vision Zero and bollards 15 years ago. So now we got more walkers. As a community, our expectations have lifted. I'm into compliance. I'm not into going 2 doors down and saying, why is there a little ice? We should try to be good neighbors. But hopefully staff can, and our community can hear, we have elevated expectations about our sidewalks, and that's within reason. We haven't had 15 straight days of freezing or cold in our community in years that I know of. And so perhaps there can be grace from our community even as we are trying to meet a new higher standard. And I don't think any one of you would say we shouldn't care about keeping our sidewalks safe. You only need to get one email from someone who's a wheelchair user to think about how important it is. But at the same time, we can't be perfect in all ways. So hopefully that's helpful.
If I could just add, because I think you brought up an important point. When the snow ordinance was adopted in 2010, we had almost none of the pedestrian infrastructure that we have right now, or bicycle infrastructure. And we also have these I'm going to get them wrong, the respite spaces out in the middle of the road, which we which are new, and we have to figure out how to handle those. So appreciate that the challenges have grown more complex, and appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. Colleagues, Mr. Spain.
I guess I'll go. Susan doesn't have her light on. One, Mr. Manager, you said earlier, we unprecedented. We had about 10 days it went on that were below freezing. And let me tell you, I felt it. A lot of folks in Arlington felt it. But to Zach, just to be very pointed, and to the team, I know we are somewhat pulled a little thin with a shop of one, and then one admin and five staff, and you're getting over 500 cases. And to what the county manager just talked about, we're in a month where we had 80 water main breaks, almost unprecedented. I just want to thank you. Look, I'm in the community, and folks reached out to me and said, hey, JD, we need to get our streets, the snow removed, and we can't take it any longer. But I think we did the best we could given this very somewhat unprecedented moment, and enough can't be said about our men and women who wear the cloth for this county, who went out in some really crazy weather to do the best they could. So I just want to thank you, but also recognize that there's always room for improvement. I'm glad we didn't kind of, give out people, a lot of folks just want us to give out tickets and fines and all that. I don't think that there's a wrong way to do the right thing, right? And though we may have an ordinance, I think we as a community kind of came together and got through this, and look, the snow is about gone now. But we'll get some lessons learned from this and move forward. I just want to thank you again for your service.
So I appreciate that conversation about disabled access. I think that those were the ones we heard most acutely, given that if that is your only means of transport, then we need to have a pathway. So I think as we think about in the after action, maybe we could have some priority pedestrian pathways, or know where people are who are most likely to need them, or somehow have a volunteer corps or something that can mobilize even faster while you're taking care of the roads, so we can make sure that the fire trucks can get to people. I'm curious, you mentioned that the goal is really around voluntary compliance, which is always the most graceful way for all of us if we can make it work. And I'm wondering, are there any thoughts about how we could better invest in encouraging voluntary compliance, whether it's ahead of the storm or neighbor to neighbor, or other efforts? Are there any best practices that we might tap?
So I know we've had one after action with CPHD just to kind of talk through. I'll defer to them if they want to speak to specifics, but we did talk about increased communication, talking about other forms of communication, trying to get that word out. John?
Yeah, the more information they put on the website, that's very helpful. Our goal is always to educate. Most people move into communities, it's been my experience, and they have no clue what the ordinances are, what the county codes are, what the city rules are. And they usually learn by breaking them and us coming and knocking on their door. That's why I'm not a big proponent of a lot of stick. I'd rather use more carrot than stick, because 9 times out of 10, they just don't know. So I don't like to punitively punish people. It's a lot better to educate them. I don't have a tool to really get that information out there in advance of a storm. The best way to do that would be through the website, in my opinion.
Yeah, I wonder if there might be a way, if you had trouble last time, or an address that had trouble last time, it may be because it's a special circumstance, whether there's some way to proactively, if we know there's a storm coming, say, do you have what you need?
Well, I went back and looked after this afternoon's earlier meeting, and we gave out probably half of the cases that I looked at. We gave out the warnings, and a good number of the overall cases were already closed. So they had already either melted, or they were already in compliance prior to the melt. They took care of the problem. So, we usually don't have a problem with people complying. Once you make contact with them, make them aware of their obligation, we almost never, I mean, I think in the 6 years I've been here, we gave out one citation. So it's not something that we really deal with very often. This was very unusual because of the cold weather, but, you know.
If I just want to add something, because I know I've talked about this with most of you, if not all of you. You know, the snow ordinance, as I like to say, was trying to legislate good neighborliness. And there's always a challenge when government tries to do that. But I will give you a slightly amusing anecdote, because I was out shoveling and someone came up to me and said, you know, you look like you're too old to shovel. Can I help you? And I hit the guy over the head with a shovel. No, I didn't do that. But if you go on the listserv for your neighborhood and actually just volunteering to help your neighbors, not everyone is able to get out and shovel the sidewalk and do so in a timely fashion. And so the government, the point we added this slide, if we have 30 miles of sidewalk that we're responsible for, and there are with several hundred miles in addition, we're not going to be able to get there and do that. And people need to look out for each other. And I'm really proud of our community doing that, but this is an opportunity for people to renew their relationships with their neighbors and say, let's team up and help.
Yeah, I think that's really great, that invitation. And it's tricky since we don't have these big storms as often. But whether it's Nextdoor, I think, has sort of a help map, or our CERT program where folks can get registered as volunteers, or just knocking on the door and saying, hey, I noticed that you're not plowed out yet. Can I help? And you might even get some great new relationships out of it. So that's terrific. Last thing is I just wanted to shout out to your team. I know that APS was thrilled to be able to get some of your trucks so that they could clean up their parking lots as fast as possible. And that kind of coordination, I know for all of us, especially that week, getting kids back into school was paramount. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. Kushner, is Ms. Coffey maybe?
She does have a hand up.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Oh gosh, my face. So I think one of the questions I had, I know the snow form was really helpful for a lot of people, but I think there was a big question of what happens, what is the follow-up after that? And I know you went over the knocking on people's doors and everything, but how can individuals kind of know that they've actually, their complaint has been received and investigated and potentially will be followed up on later? I think there's kind of a gap between when people reported and when people were seeing any action on that.
I will start us off to avoid the awkward silence. Yeah, so from a WSS side, right, we get them, we prioritize them, we'll break them out by zone, and then we staff we have 8 different zones for snow. We'll staff the zones accordingly so that we can get through them. Unfortunately, the system itself is not automated like several of our other systems where residents can get a note saying, hey, this has been received and assigned, or it's been closed. So from the WSS side, it's unfortunately the answer I have to give is they'll hear or see the end result on the street. I'll defer to CPHD for the sidewalk, though. And yeah.
Yeah, we get our emails through the system. It's automated. So I'm guessing the system doesn't have some kind of automatic response to the complainant. We have to process that same complaint in our system, our Permit Arlington system. All that information that we get in that email has to be manually input, manually input into the system in order for it to be assigned to an inspector to begin with. There's currently really no way of staying that far ahead of it all. What I'm trying to do, and I'm working with some IT staff, if we can figure out a way of creating, like we have the portal, the customer portal with the Permit Arlington system, and that's how we normally get our code enforcement complaints. And if we can figure out a way of getting the snow information put in through the portal, the complainant would get a case number. They would get an automated response with the case number that's assigned to it. So if they want to know updates or anything on that case, they can call us up and just give us that number, and we can give them any kind of update. So I'm trying to work with the IT staff on streamlining this process, integrating it, either integrating the current system or creating something in Permit Arlington that allows people to just go on the portal and file the complaint directly with us. So that'll actually cut down on the, there's two processes in the middle that'll be cut down on, and it'll speed things up because it'll get assigned directly to the inspector. It won't involve my admin, and it won't involve anybody from DES.
So, Ms. Coffey, one thing, and I think maybe Mr. Collins has something to add, or Mr. Bradley. We're going to look at trying to have a sidewalk map similar to what we have with our streets. And so that is something we finished the full inventory of sidewalks probably like a year and a half or 2 years ago. But Mr. Collins, if you wanted to add anything on that, was that?
No, I think you have that information correct. I was going to add, specific to Ms. Coffey's question about the follow-up, and can we get back in touch with the citizen? I think that might be an opportunity to improve. But there is the snow complaint form does show when the complaints, so a citizen can go back on and see their complaint live and see if it was closed out. Not quite as personal as perhaps, we might strive for, but there is some follow-up there or some opportunity to confirm.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Coffey, any other question?
Yeah, I would just say I definitely support having a sidewalk map. My other question was going to be around, it sounds like a lot of how we handle this is an approach in terms of interacting with private citizens, homeowners. What about when it comes to businesses? Because I know from my experience walking around my neighborhood, some businesses were great, had their sidewalks cleared immediately, even before they were required to, and others lingered for quite some time. And I know it might be a little harder to get in contact with someone at a business than someone who's at home because it's a snow day. So is there any difference in our approach when it comes to residential versus commercial properties?
So I will speak personally from experience. We were on the phone with our business improvement districts immediately because it's in their interests, and we have some very strong leadership in our bids. Encourage them to talk with some of the major landowners to have them do some clearing. So I think that worked actually very well, but it didn't work completely. Specifically, I think Mr. DeFerrani pointed out one place where it didn't work very well. So that's an approach that I think that we work through Arlington Economic Development and make sure we get the word out. There's some room for improvement of communication there, so we're looking at that too.
Mrs. Payne.
Yeah, just real quick, I was thinking as we had this very extended conversation on snow removal, do we know of any citizens or anyone in particular, based on complaints, of anyone who has gotten injured during this process? You don't have to give names, but did anyone get injured because of maybe neglect to remove snow?
No, we don't know, Ben, and actually, because we had talked about this before, in 2016, I have the ability under the ordinance to waive the requirement for clearing sidewalks if the snow is too high. We don't want people to get injured doing this. And there's people they need to look out for their own health because there's an obligation we're imposing on them. And I know it's related, but we were able to, with all clearing, we had no problems transporting anybody through our emergency medical services, which was really important.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
I wanted to come back to a couple of the trouble spots. So particularly, we heard from a lot of folks where you mentioned the areas of refuse in the middle, is that right? Refuge. There we go, not refuse. And the other one was really the curb cuts themselves that, obviously the first pass through would put some snow there, then the sidewalk would get cleared, but only in front of the building, not into the intersection. The other trouble spot was VDOT operated roads and any sidewalks that are adjacent to them, which unfortunately are near a lot of our schools. What are some of the lessons learned there, and how we might, do we need MOUs or other agreements to make sure that?
So I'm going to start at the end because, not because you sent me an email every few hours on it, but I was driving up and down.
I imagine one per
that
day.
the stretch across from Dorothy Ham, where it's a VDOT road, and I think, help me here, how many miles? We have about 70 miles in the county that are the responsibility of VDOT, and VDOT, I think, is just will not do sidewalks. That's not part of their regimen. So we may have to have conversations with them. I would hold a low probability of us reaching an understanding with them. And also the properties in that specific stretch were residential properties, but they had some very steep hills, and adjacency is a question there. So that was one of the challenges. I don't know, your other question was about
Intersections.
About the what?
About intersections.
Oh,
So
intersections.
If, you control the sidewalk in front of your business, but the intersection's a bit of a no-man.
Mike, that's, or
Like
Zach?
the curb cut side of
Zach,
it.
go ahead.
Yeah, so we were proactive in our metro corridors. We did snow hauling. You'll have to forgive me, I don't remember the night. But we did do that so that the curb ramps and the transitions down to and from the streets were open for pedestrian traffic. In terms of some of the other items, I think it was summed up well earlier, and I forget who said it, but higher standards, more infrastructure, kind of a unique storm, so kind of some learning lessons on what we need to focus on. I will emphasize to the board that the resources we have is kind of what you saw on that storm. So if we're looking to clear more curb ramps, clear those refuge islands, we can certainly present some options to the board and talk through those. That's the best answer I can give you tonight.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I will be brief because a lot of issues have been covered. I think it's very obvious that, like it happened in 2010, I wasn't on the board, but I was right down at the street, and later in 2016, both events were learning events for us. We're still a region that gets about 1.5 inches 4 times a year, and in average 5 inches every 2 years, and more than that every 10 years. So this was a 10-year storm, effectively. And that has a lot of consequences. I was actually really impressed by the level of our ability to respond as a whole. And we talk also with our colleagues in the region, and I think we responded pretty well as a whole, without tapping ourselves on the back, but just saying that was really an unusual event at this point. Now, that said, winter readiness in places like ours and in times of climate change where polar vortices are not anymore out of the question, where this kind of extreme anomalies can happen, winter readiness is a discussion that we need to have. And it's not only a government discussion, but also a private discussion. I found, for example, that a lot of corporate members of our community had no snow removal contracts, or they weren't just not ready for that. And I understand that from a practical point of view. If it's not snowing regularly, you are not going to include that in your budget. And you are just take your chances, and like 9 out of 10 years, you won't have a problem, right? So we need to probably reach out to them and see who has and who doesn't, and what is the deal. And Ms. Coffey is absolutely right about mapping our pedestrian assets, especially the critical ones. Like, how do you cross a road that is Wilson Boulevard? We may not be able to really de-ice a secondary or tertiary refuge, but on Wilson Boulevard we should be able to do that, especially where we have thousands of people crossing, or down in Pentagon City, or on the most frequented bus stops that needed badly de-icing in many cases. Some were excellently treated and others not. I've seen a lot of. I made a long list of issues that we may want to see. Communications is a very important one. I think that we need to think how we treat this kind of events as quasi or equivalent to emergency events, where the communication structure tightens into a pyramid, and there is one voice speaking and one place to ask and one form to use. The issue of reliability of public transportation was a big one, because there was a lot of wobbling, and is now, are we going to start at 10 a.m. with our service or a little bit later? Still, a lot of people need to be able to rely on that, and actually public transportation is the most reliable and safe way to go around in a snow event. Because the buses are just so heavy, and they can negotiate icy streets better than private vehicles. So all this and collaboration with APS, that was also a little bit problematic. People would like to know a little bit in advance what is going to happen. That's not always possible or easy, but I think that we can improve in all places there. So again, thank you so much for the enormous work. Hopefully we're not going to have too many of these, but we find smart ways to be ready, even if we're not Albany, New York. So thank you. That concludes, I believe, the manager's report, except if there is something else.
Nope, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Colleagues, if you are okay, 15 minutes to grab a bite, and I hope we have a few people here for the items that we're going to hear after that. It will be about 15 minutes. It's now 6:10, so by 6:25, latest at 6:30, we will resume. Thank you.
what makes the app special. There are easy to follow eco tips and resources to guide your efforts that you can adjust to your lifestyle. There are tailored climate actions specifically for Arlington residents. Meaningful climate action. Here's what makes the app special. There are easy to follow eco tips and resources to guide your efforts that you can adjust to your lifestyle. There are Here's what makes the app special. There are easy to follow eco tips and resources to guide your efforts that you can adjust to your lifestyle. There are tailored climate actions specifically for Arlington residents. The app keeps you in the know about what eco events and initiatives are happening daily in Arlington.
The county board is back in session. Thank you for allowing us to grab a bite. So, Mr. Kushner, Mr. Clerk, we can now move on discussing our pooled consent agenda items. I believe item number 7, childcare expansion on the zoning ordinance amendments is on the docket, correct?
That is correct. Item number 7 is the ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Articles 4, 5, 6, 7, and 11, and appendices A and B of the zoning ordinance relating to the expansion of childcare in Arlington County.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, this is over to you for remarks and a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to turn it over to Margaret Tulloch Rhodes, who's going to give a presentation. We also have Jennifer Smith with us today from CPHD, and Erica Gibson is available virtually from the Department of Human Services. Over to you, Margaret.
Thank you to all for being here and for presenting tonight.
Thank you. Great, thank you. The first slide, please. Childcare is a key component, as we all know, of a thriving and diverse community. In 2017, the county launched a childcare initiative to eliminate barriers to childcare and address accessibility, availability, and quality. And to continue this work, expanding access to childcare, staff is proposing the following amendments. Family daycare homes with up to 9 children that comply with applicable zoning standards are permitted by right. Those with 10 to 12 children currently require use permit. Enabling by right approval of family daycare homes with 10 to 12 children would facilitate expanded access to childcare. As there are zoning standards and other permitting process and reviews at both the county and the state level already in place, requiring use permits is duplicative and unnecessary. Arlington regulates family daycare homes through use standards in the zoning ordinance and through County Code Chapter 59. The use permit review of family daycare homes is therefore duplicative, as any land use impacts can be addressed through other county and state codes, including the number of children, safety of children while on the premises, parking, pickup and drop off, etc. Family daycare homes are monitored regularly, both by Arlington Child Care Licensing and the Virginia Department of Education licensing to assess health and safety, program operations, and general code compliance. Additionally, post-approval use permit reviews for providers with these 10 to 12 children have not been indicating concerns related to those issues addressed by use permits. And just as an example, driver behavior after parents have retrieved their children is not addressed by a land use permit. There has been a 5-year observation period since the zoning ordinance was amended to allow family daycare homes, these larger family daycare homes with 10 to 12 children by use permit. Staff recommends allowing for by right zoning approval of these family daycare homes, and the county codes would remain in place. And should the amendment to remove the use permit requirement be approved, the existing use permits would be discontinued, allowing the operations to continue as a by right use. The SD zoning district is currently the only zoning district that does not permit child care centers and other daycare uses by use permit. Every other zoning district does. And this discrepancy was identified back in 2019 during the child care initiative work. Staff recommends therefore amending the SD district so that every single zoning district could permit child care centers and other daycare uses. Other proposed zoning refinements include addressing opportunities for greater consistency in childcare related terms in the zoning ordinance appendix, the Columbia Pike Form-Based Code. These amendments build on the work done and or identified as part of the Child Care Initiative. They will facilitate the provision of childcare throughout the county. The Planning Commission, when it heard this item recently, recommended the county board adopt the proposed zoning ordinance amendments 9-0. And staff recommends that the county board adopt the proposed zoning ordinance amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. I believe you don't have any applicants per se, right? This is a
Applicants on this item, no.
Yes, this is an initiative of professional staff and with the guidance and the grateful acceptance by the board for the work done. Do we have any advisory commissions?
We do. Ms. Nia Bagley with the Planning Commission is on the line.
Thank you. Ms. Bagley.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair and County Board members. For the record, Nia Bagley, Planning Commission, pitch hitting for Commissioner Peterson, who is unavailable. Planning Commission heard this item on January 13th. There were no public speakers. Following a brief and positive report from ZOCO and one question quickly answered by staff, we voted unanimously to recommend your approval. I'm happy to stay on to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bagley. That was really very succinct. Public testimony. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public speakers?
We do, if you give me just a moment. Our first public speaker is Ms. Marianne Gray, followed by Blair Moorhead.
Okay, Ms. Gray.
Hi, good evening, board. I had asked if I could share media as part of my speech, but I never got a response, so I may attempt to hold up my phone during my speech tonight. But thank you for hearing me tonight. I'm not sure, but I'll open my speech by taking a wild guess and imagining that the county board members likely do not live next to a family daycare home, which operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I do, so I'm going to share some of my lived experiences with you to help underscore the impact on surrounding homes and communities. Currently, the neighboring daycare is licensed for up to 9 children, which means there could be up to 18 trips up and down our shared private driveway every day. The county does not maintain that driveway, and those trips could happen at any time of day or night, every single day of the week. If the daycare is permitted to expand up to 12 children, we can do the math and know that this would result in up to 24 trips or more daily. Now, to let you know what these trips look and feel like for our neighbors, I'd like to share a video, which seems to have gotten reference to the county staff that mentioned pickups as an issue from when a parent was departing last week.
And
I don't think I
do
have the
actually have
ability.
the video queued if you would like me to play it.
Okay, yes, could you please play it
Of course, it'll count against your time.
with audio? Okay, it doesn't have the audio, but there's an elderly neighbor exiting his home. The vehicle departing proceeds to hit a number of garbage cans that are at the end of the driveway while the elderly neighbor asks the driver to slow down. The driver has to get out, fix the garbage cans before he departs. This video happened in broad daylight. Can you imagine what it would be like with children running around? I have 2 children. There's other children that live on the street, or at night with reduced visibility. There's no prohibition on having up to 12 children registered for a family daycare home, only a step which currently takes into account the impact on the surrounding community. If Arlington County removes the use permit process, what recourse do residents have for raising issues that come with neighborhood family daycares? My husband and I, along with our neighbors and our civic associations, have attempted to raise issues correlated with this daycare in our neighborhood with no results or other meaningful action taken by the county. Good governance exists when there's checks and balances. Why is the county seeking to remove this check and balance? There's no benefit or gain to the average county resident by removing the process, only to county staff workloads.
It's great. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Do we have
Our next speaker? Yes, our next speaker is Blair Moorhead, followed by our 3-minute speaker, John Musso.
Sure.
Hi, good evening. My name is Blair Moorhead. I'm a resident of the Barcroft neighborhood, and I would like to speak in support of amending the ordinances to allow childcare and to make it easier to support childcare in special districts. As a mom, I know firsthand about the critical importance of early child care education for the child, the family, and the whole community. My kiddo has been in childcare since he was 6 months old and would have been even in earlier had he not been born 1 month into COVID. I know you know how limited childcare spots are in our region and how access to them is a real equity issue in our community. That's him. There are currently really difficult special and, as we heard, duplicative permits a childcare center must acquire to provide this vital care in our community. And while we all want the permits and protections in place for our kids and neighbors, this is not about permits regarding keeping kids safe. It's about zoning. So this zoning ordinance would eliminate a barrier to providing critically needed childcare in Arlington. Thank you so much. And now I'll get back to more attentive childcare in my own home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moorhead.
Our next and final speaker is John Musso.
Good evening.
Good evening, members of the County Board. John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Chamber, I wish to express our strong support for the zoning ordinance amendments that are before you tonight, and we strongly urge you to please adopt them. The Chamber has been a longtime supporter of the goals and the framework from the Arlington Child Care Initiative, at this point 6 years old, and part of the general belief that we must promote accessible, available, and quality childcare in Arlington to benefit both the residents and also its workforce. This is a very crucial workforce issue. And we believe the proposed amendment before you tonight is a tremendous step in the right direction in terms of providing greater flexibility for childcare providers and facilities. Expanding childcare centers as an allowable use in all zoning districts is a tremendous addition in terms of flexibility, and enabling by right approval of family daycare homes for children, for providers with up to 12 children would simplify the process for smaller providers countywide. We urge you to please adopt these amendments, and we really look forward to not only this implementation, but future initiatives from staff in terms of promoting greater flexibility for childcare providers and ultimately allowing for more quality, accessible childcare providers to grow and thrive within Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musso. Are there any other speakers?
No further speakers on this item.
Then the discussion is now with the board. Are there any questions for our staff or Planning Commission? I see Ms. Cunningham. Do you want the motion first? We can do the motion if you want to offer that. Mr. Clifranti.
Sure, thank you. I'm happy to offer the county manager's recommendation that we adopt the ordinance as shown in attachment 1 to amend, reenact, and recodify Articles 4, 5, 6, 7, and 11, and appendices A and B of the Arlington County zoning ordinance to allow child care centers and other daycare uses by use permit in the special development SD through amendments to section 4.1 public districts uses table. B, standardize and clarify the language for daycare uses, including family daycare homes in the form-based code districts through amendments to section 11.1 of the Columbia Pike Form-Based Code District, 11.2 of the of the Form-Based Code District, Appendix A, Columbia Pike Special Revitalization District Form-Based Code, and Appendix B, Columbia Pike Neighborhood Special Revitalization District Form-Based Code. Finally, C, enable by right approval of family daycare homes with 10 to 12 children by removing the use permit requirement through amendments to section 4.1, 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, and 11.1 of the Columbia Pike Form-Based Code District Code, as well as Appendix B, Columbia Pike Neighborhood Special Revitalization District.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerrante. Is there a second?
A second.
Seconded by Mr. Spain. Any discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that I appreciate staff's presentation with respect to this, the need for childcare and the systems for regulation that still exist with this change, with these changes, lead me to support it. I will have a question when the time comes.
Thank you. Mr. Spain, or Ms. Cunningham, I don't know. Mrs. Spain.
Yeah, no particular question. I am quite pleased as I looked at the equity analysis of identifying who's benefits, who's burden, who's missing, and it looks as though we still have in place strict policy on this usage, and given the time that we're in, we really have a shortage of childcare across not just Arlington, our nation, and there's a high demand from our workforce. I think this is a really good, clean amendment. We didn't see a lot of opposition from it, even going back a few months. So for right now, I'm satisfied with the amendment and where we're heading, as we need more childcare facilities here in Arlington.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
So I just have two questions. One is on the by right use in the SD area, and I think there are some in the community who have raised concerns that this may have been tied to a specific project or kind of trying to make a specific daycare center work, and I wondered if we could get a little history from staff about how this came about.
So this was something that was identified during the Child Care Initiative work, which was begun in 2017. A number of amendments were brought forward in 2019. So it was identified a number of years ago. It's something that we packaged with these other things. We hit 5 years since the larger family daycare homes were permitted with the 10 to 12 children. So we're bringing forward a package of multiple things now. So this is something that's been on our radar for quite some time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And then my second question is about the family daycare changes. So can you give us a sense of, how many are there? How many complaints have we had? And I think one of our speakers spoke about some concerns they've had, and how do those get resolved, whether it's a use permit or not? I know there's still a fair bit of oversight that's required.
Yeah, there really haven't been a number of complaints that we've seen. Erica Gibson from Child Care could probably speak to that more generally. I think there were 2 complaints in 2024. I don't think there have been any this year. So we really haven't been seeing issues with the family daycare homes. But I guess we can ask Erica how many there are. I know that there are about 24 of the larger family daycare homes, 23 or 24, and then a greater number of the smaller family daycare homes throughout the county.
Yes, I can chime in. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Erica Gibson, and I'm the Child Care Services Supervisor. And in relation to this, Child Care Services does support this amendment. And I can say that right now, in terms of how many programs that we have that has a capacity of 1 through 9 children, is approximately about 86. And then we have roughly 24 that are that are licensed with a capacity of 10 to 12. I know that one of the speakers mentioned in terms of having concerns raised if something were to happen, and our office is still available and is able to address any concerns that are submitted to our office. So basically, we have to make sure that we are addressing those concerns as they are within the scope of our child care code. And so nothing has changed in terms of that. And then also, we have not experienced any issues since 2019, since the buy right was removed from our other programs with a capacity of 1 to 9. So we do support this moving forward, again, with those programs that are licensed for 10 to 12. So although there may be some concerns, just know that our office is still there for any parents or community member or a program, for that matter, to raise any concerns or complaints that they may have, and we will go out and investigate accordingly.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. And I think on page 9, we have listed the requirements, just in the zoning code for all family daycares. Those would all stay in place under this change, right? Great. And then the last question is, one of those requirements is that there be a community liaison, or neighborhood liaison it's called. And I don't know, Ms. Gibson, if you're familiar with the concern or the center that Ms. Gray raised, but do we know if there is a neighborhood liaison? Are they responsive? What is a neighbor to do if that's not the case?
I am familiar with the daycare that is in question. However, because the concerns that are raised are outside the scope of the licensing requirements, our office is not able to get involved because our regulations are specific to care of the children when they're in care of the provider. So most of the concerns that have been raised are regarding parents and noise. Although they have been raised and we can't necessarily investigate, we have spoken with this child care provider just so that they understand that they're cautious and aware of concerns of their neighbors as well, because it is a common area and it is a community. So you want to make sure that you have that respect with your neighbors because they have that joint driveway. But again, we can only address those concerns that are within the scope of the code. But yes, we are aware, and whenever these come up, we do make sure that although complainant's information is held confidentially, we will, reach out to those programs and just make sure that they are respectful of their neighbors, and make sure that when parents are picking up that they're, following certain guidelines and not being loud and that sort of thing. But unfortunately, that's nothing that we can control. So I don't know what other
I guess
measures we can put into place, but we don't have anything to deal with in terms of a liaison.
So I think it's in that joyful enforcement cross-government question, but would there be a referral to zoning enforcement, I guess, code enforcement, if the question is about the zoning code requirements?
For instance, if it is a noise complaint during daytime hours, then that might be a code enforcement issue. Driver behavior is not something that's, regulated through a use permit. So those are things that would be handled through different channels.
Okay, but for instance, if they didn't have a neighborhood liaison assigned, that could go through zoning enforcement since it's in the code. Yeah.
Thank you. I see Ms. Coffey very patiently waiting. And I should say, Ms. Gray, I see your hand, but right now the discussion was with the board. This is not a public discussion at this moment. So, Ms. Coffey?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Karantonis. I actually grew up, my mom was a family daycare provider and took care of about 8 to 10 kids, I want to say, in our basement growing up. And I think that vehicle behavior that one of our speakers showed, I think my mother would have been appalled and probably threatened to discontinue care of their kids if someone behaved that way. So I hope that is not something that is routinely happening across our providers. And I think it is upon the provider themselves to work with the families to set expectations for shared communal spaces. I understand fully why that is upsetting and is dangerous to those around. But it's also not, as Ms. Gibson pointed out, within childcare licensing requirements. And so I think it's a sticky situation. I also, though, wouldn't want to govern how we handle all childcare across our entire community based off of one bad set of parents. I think childcare is hugely important. Family childcare is one of the most well-utilized services. It is usually much more affordable. It's much more diverse and culturally responsive to different children's needs. And I think it shows. I've talked to a number of people who have sent their kids, Arlington kids, into Falls Church City daycare homes because they want the family day home environment, and they cannot find openings or availability in Arlington County. And so, as we have already stated, this is part of an initiative that dates back more than 5 years at this point. And so I'm glad that we continue to move it forward. And that doesn't mean we won't continue to work on the bad actors and make sure that everyone is treating each other with respect and creating safe environments. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you so much, Ms. Coffey. Colleagues, any other, Mr. Spain?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. I just want to go back to Ms. Gibson, and maybe she mentioned this, but let's say in the past year, do you have a repository? Do we know how many complaints perhaps across the 86 or 24 centers that we have in Arlington that may align to what we just saw in a video, which is also could be some type of traffic enforcement, but I get it. What's the number of complaints, just in generality, that we have received from these centers in the past year?
We do have that information. It is tracked manually and a part of our performance measures. So if you want that information, I can certainly pull that at a later time. However, majority of our complaints are center-based programs. And I did look at our numbers prior to this meeting, and thus far for this fiscal year, we've only had 2 complaints at family daycare homes. We have not had any complaints in reference to what some of the concerns that have been raised today in terms of, reckless driving or, noise violations from parents. So that most of our complaints are usually based around supervision or paperwork or something of that nature. But is a very low percentage from our family daycare homes.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. It's real helpful.
That's Mr. DeFerenti. Vice Chair DeFerenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been out to the cul-de-sac and the individual facility in question. I've talked with Ms. Gray a number of times. I really appreciate, it's very helpful, Ms. Gibson, for you to clarify. I think the concerns are parking on the adjacent street, which is not private. The street that we saw is a private street. There's lots of different issues there. There's noise, there's time of day. I agree that we should not make overall policy when it is my impression from when I investigated this last when Mr. Aiken was, the consumer lead, the resident ombudsman lead, that this doesn't fall quite within childcare, and it's not that easy to figure out how to do. I did run down, I felt like the parking issues. I guess I'd like to see if it's possible. Ms. Gray, you may or may not have noticed that there is some progress on Carlin Springs Road in addition to the accident that occurred a number of months back. But we are working on Carlin Springs. I guess I'd like to see if perhaps the manager, I don't want to overpromise, could ask our new lead, Ms. Balo, to look at this a little bit. I'm not guaranteeing that there's an easy fix, but it was my impression that there was a little bit of it's a challenging situation with a cul-de-sac. There's a little bit of a communications breakdown. And so if she could take some looks at what we can do on safety, I'd be very grateful. And that is not meant to overpromise that we can regulate away exactly all the right behavior, but I do also feel like another look could be useful. Is that possible?
Yes.
Okay. Colleagues, any concluding remarks? No? I will say a couple of things. First of all, deep gratitude that this gets codified in a decent and viable way, and I insist viable. I worked for quite some time as a loan officer for many loans and some of my dearest customers were people who wanted to open a daycare place. This was, I believe Ms. Coffey mentioned that this is a place where, very diverse people try to start the service and try to offer it. It is very difficult to do that in Arlington. One of the reasons is that it's very expensive to do that. And for that reason, the difference, they were always, and I remember that as if it was yesterday, they were always disappointed when I was telling them that there is a limit of 9 kids. Why? Because they couldn't make the numbers match. I can count the number of valid applicants who had to abandon the effort because with 9 kids they wouldn't be able to make it. I'm not going to tell you that 12 kids is a huge improvement, but it is a decisive improvement. I know that that a lot more people will be able to start this kind of service, and it's really, really needed right now. Just recently we received a report. The numbers on this report, like $42,000, is the cost for 2 kids in daycare. This is absolutely unattainable for most households, and much less for households that are restricted in their income. I also live in a neighborhood that has a larger daycare. It's a permitted daycare. Yes, there are some impacts in the neighborhood, but I believe that the appreciation for the service and the appreciation of the availability is far higher than the impacts that the operation has. And my experience so far is that these are really very good neighbors. I have in 3 or 4 blocks around my neighborhood, I have at least 3. 2 of them are small by right daycares with 9 kids each. They've always been complaining about this being very restrictive for them, and a bigger one. My entire neighborhood really loves them. And I think that this will be the average across the county. I'm so happy that we are getting there. So with that, I said that I'm supporting the motion, and we can move on in voting. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Coffey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. With that, the motion carries unanimously. Any opposed? And there's none. So, Mr. Kushner, back to you. We have another item, I believe.
We do, of course. The next pulled consent agenda item is number 13, the award of contract resulting from negotiation to Bright Masonry Incorporated, doing business as the Bright Construction Group for the construction of the Walter Reed Outdoor Pickleball Court Park improvements.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, this goes over to you. I know that this is one of your favorite topics.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to turn it over to Bernadette Grouillon. Did I pronounce that correctly? Pretty close. We got close. I always mess it up. Eric Beach, and also we have Tim McIntosh here from the Department of Parks and Recreation. So over to you, Bernadette.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Grouillon.
Trying to get myself settled and ready. Perfect. Well, good evening, County Board Chair and members. My name is Bernadette Grouillon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an overview of the Walter Reed Outdoor Pickleball Project. DPR is seeking the County Board's approval to award the contract that resulted from a recent bid to Bright Masonry Incorporated for the construction of the outdoor pickleball courts at Walter Reed Park. For project context, the DPR project scope consists of 6 new and dedicated pickleball courts with lighting, sound reducing fabric, improved ADA access and parking, site furnishings, landscaping, stormwater management, and restriping of the basketball court with basketball lines only. This work will be completed under a separate contract. In December, 3 bids were received, with Bright Masonry's bid being confirmed as the lowest responsible and responsive bid and within the project budget. As background information, in 2021 and 22, DPR conducted an outdoor court assessment which identified Walter Reed as the top location for the construction of dedicated pickleball courts. In 2022, the County Board approved funding in FY23 and FY33 CIP for pickleball restriping at various locations around the county and the construction of a dedicated pickleball facility. Starting in early 2023, the Walter Reed Pickleball Project team kicked off a substantial and thorough engagement phase with the community to gain feedback, hear concerns, and other thoughts about the project. This phase consisted of 3 engagement opportunities in February, May, and November. The engagements included detailed and thoughtful online questionnaires, open houses, and a pop-up where staff and residents met in person to talk about the project and listen to concerns and ideas. In February, DPR staff also met with the Columbia Heights Civic Association and nearby residents who shared concerns about the impact of pickleball noise. Due to the importance of this project, DPR provided updates to the County Board in April and November of 23, and during the November update, staff provided a final concept and the County Board's recommendation to proceed, which was supported by the Board. This is the basis for the contract award before you today. During the 3 engagements, there were more than 3,100 participants and just under 4,800 comments received. Feedback was varied and useful for DPR staff, the project team, and consultant in developing 2 initial concepts. With additional feedback From the community, the project team then developed a final concept that was thoughtfully balanced, at best, as best as possible, that was thoughtfully balanced as best as possible with the various competing perspectives and interests shared by the community. Now I want to walk you through the overview of that final design. The main and top themes that were from the feedback that were received were number of courts, whether too many or too few, sound and noise concerns, court amenities, parking, operational issues like playing hours, access to a drinking fountain and restrooms, and landscaping and tree preservations, along with the overarching goals of the project, which are to improve recreational amenities, improve park user and neighbor experiences, as well as preservation of natural resources. The final concept addresses the community feedback and the project goals in a number of ways. The courts are relocated and centered on the site, increasing their distance from adjacent homes. As a reference, the red line, and you can see here as I'm highlighting it, indicates the placement of the current courts. With the goal of preserving 2 existing mature maple trees, the courts are laid out into 2 bays on both sides of the trees. The courts were designed to the latest pickleball rulebook standards. The courts features fencing between the courts, as well as covered waiting areas, seating opportunities within and without. The courts will also have LED lighting and be enclosed with a 10-foot-high chain-link fence with gates that have timed locks, meaning they will not be accessible during non-playing hours. Per the modeling and recommendations from the sound engineer, for this project, the most optimal material and layout to attenuate sound is attenuation fabric, which will surround the courts on 3 to 3.5 sides. Native trees and understory plantings will surround the courts, creating an attractive green buffer. The lower half of the area where the current courts are located will be improved and restored to natural lawn. Portions of the parking lot will be improved and 2 parking spaces added. New circulation and ADA access will better connect the courts to the other park amenities and the community center. And finally, runoff and drainage is addressed with underground pipes complying with stormwater management requirements. This slide and the next 2 are computerized perspectives of the proposed improvements. In this particular view, we can see the courts with the community center in the background or the top of the slide. In this next view, the community center would be to our back with Walter Reed Drive in the far end. And finally, on this slide, we can see the courts from within. As a summary of the design, the chart on the right highlights several before and after details, such as not increasing impervious, adding 2 parking spaces, adding 18 new trees, and moving the courts further away from the homes. Once the engagement was concluded during 2024, the project team completed the construction document, obtained all of the necessary permits, and bid the project. This brings us to today's request for award of contract. Construction is anticipated to start in the next month or so and finish about the same time next year in 2026. Sorry.
Yeah.
To conclude, thank you. To conclude, staff recommends award of the contract resulting from the negotiation RFQ N1017 to Bright Masonry, also Bright Construction Group for the construction of the Walter Reed Outdoor Pickleball Court improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuello. Do we have any advisory groups, Mr. Kushner?
We do not for this item.
But I see that we have public speakers. Is this correct?
We do indeed. Just a
Okay,
moment.
so Can you please call the speakers?
Ready. Sorry about that. Our first speaker is Jesse Cohen, followed by Deborah Katz.
Thank you.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me okay?
We do. Good evening.
So, hey, Takas, I know you for a long time. I've been really happy to live in Arlington because I believe we have a very progressive community, and it's one of the reasons I've moved here. And I feel like my voice hasn't been well enough heard in this situation, and I realize a couple of my other neighbors are on the call too. So I wanted to make sure that you guys at least heard the voice of what other people are saying. So the new design looks beautiful and cool, except now all of the pickleball courts are going to be closer to my house, which is great. They're further away from other people who are complaining, but now they're closer to mine. I'm on the other side of Walter Reed. I really implore you to come up with some ideas to deal with the sound beyond what's going on. Now I can't have a quiet barbecue in my house. I have more people parking in my neighborhood. I'm unfortunately recently permanently disabled, so parking is an issue. There are more people coming and there's more noise. So anything you can do to restrict hours, add more sound improvement, and really focus on that would be a great help.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Our next speaker's, excuse me, our next speaker is Deborah Katz, followed by Karen.
Hi, my name is Deborah Katz, and I'm here to express my dismay that the Walter Reed Pickleball Court facility is proceeding at all, but that it's proceeding without mitigating the noise, despite what the sound study says. I live 2 blocks away. I don't use the Walter Reed facility that much. I'm here to speak on behalf of the underdog in this case, which are the people who live very close by, the people who want to enjoy the park and green space and the little garden, and the users of the community center, many of whom are seniors, who have to compete for parking with pickleball players coming from across the region. The site is inappropriate for the proposed facility. Armand Sigarelli, who will also be testifying, has compiled a list of one locality after another nationwide that is either requiring much more distance between pickleball courts and residences, or dropping plans altogether for pickleball courts, or significantly reducing hours of play because of noise complaints. Whereas Arlington County has barreled forward with this project without needed mitigations. I think this project is at best a disservice to nearby residents and other users of Walter Reed Community Center. And at worst, I think it's a really mean thing to do to the people who live close by. It doesn't belong in a residential neighborhood. It belongs in an industrial area or in the middle of a huge recreational facility surrounded by baseball and soccer fields, or maybe even indoors. However, should you approve construction to go forward, and I hope you won't, but if you do, I urge you to give the nearby residents relief by having 3 days a week, including at least one weekend day, where pickleball play is not allowed. Let the burden be shared with other areas of the county. I don't wish it on them, but it's only fair given the county's failure to find a more appropriate site for this facility. I understand from nearby residents that the limitation of court hours to those of the community center has helped somewhat, but there's still the potential of up to 13 hours of pickleball play on most days, where anyone nearby is subjected to thousands of pops per hour that they can't do anything to mitigate. The sound curtain put up around the courts does nothing to mitigate noise on the second floor of nearby houses. The hours need to be cut back, and I think we should preserve the green space that will be lost at this park and instead find an area of concrete or in need of revitalization to build this facility on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Katz. Mr. Karen.
Our next speaker, correct, is Karen, followed by Ashley Nelson.
So my name is Karan. I live across the street from Walter Reed Community Center. It was a great presentation. I liked the slide. Great looking facility, but there's no homes in your slides. There's no homes around the slides that you presented, and I think that's what you're probably wishing for, because I can tell you the sound mitigation or noise reducing is not working. I could hear that noise every time they're playing. What's worse is when they're playing at the basketball court. There's no sound mitigation there, and it is horrendous. and it's constant. And that's even further away from my house on 16th Street. And now you're moving it closer. It does not work. I don't know why the board is going ahead with something that does not meet the community need. The people who live around that community center, who use that community center, who uses that green space. For some reason, I'm getting the feeling that the Arlington Way does not work. No one's accountable to the people. You win a Democratic primary and you win the county board, but then each of our neighborhoods are diverse and no one is actually meeting our needs. No one is held accountable. Schwartz is not elected. No one at DPS, even the school system, is accountable or hearing us. And that is sad. Walter Reed is just indicative of the bigger issue that we're seeing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Karan, for the record, our next speaker is Ashley Nelson, followed by Tim Dellinger.
Is that a virtual one?
Ms. Nelson should be joining us virtually. I do not see her in the audience.
We can
circle back.
We may want to jump ahead to Mr. Dellinger and then get back to Ms. Nelson.
Of course, we'll see if we can get her online. Next speaker is Tim Dellinger, followed by Mary McKee.
Good evening, Mr. Dellinger.
Hi there. One of the things that wasn't emphasized in DPR's presentation this evening was the overwhelming voice of the playing community saying that an increase in the number of courts, or if possible, or at least keeping pickleball on the basketball courts, was the overwhelming voice of the players. And it's the basketball courts that I'd like to focus on, which is closely tied with what's on the agenda here today. I'd like to start with some context on the playing community that plays at the basketball courts at Walter Reed, the community that's facing the prospect of eradication if this project proposal is enacted as written. Our advocacy efforts began way back in 2018, approximately 7 years ago. We circulated a survey, we made some slides, we presented to the Sports Commission, we presented to Parks and Rec, we got a pilot program started on the basketball courts at Walter Reed, and we diligently kept statistics to document exactly how many people were there, and if it rained, we made note of that too, so that would explain the zeros. We began with taped lines and with nets that we had to assemble every morning and disassemble every night. And then with some more advocacy, we got real painted lines and real nets. And this became and blossomed into a reliable and welcoming place to play pickleball, a refuge from life's troubles. At 10 a.m. on any given Tuesday, most basketball courts in Arlington are mostly empty because kids are in school. The current project being considered aims to replace a vibrant pickleball community with emptiness. I'm sympathetic with DPR, who doesn't really have a clear mandate to take a location like, say, the tennis courts at Fort Scott Park and paint them for 8 pickleball courts and declare it a drop-in pickleball location. You, as the county board, could give them that mandate. I'll also point out that this is a capital project run under the level of engagement known as Communicate and Consult, which is for projects that, quote, would not cause loss or significant change to a facility, program, or service to the community. Eradicating a beloved playing community is clearly out of scope, and I urge you to preserve it. Either keep pickleball on the basketball court or find a better place for a drop-in community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dellinger.
Our next speaker is Mary McKee, followed by our 5-minute speakers, Armand Ciccarelli.
All right. Thank you very much. I am coming to you, as most of the people on the board know, from right across the street from the courts. I am the neighbor in closest proximity. So behind this computer, about 100 feet away, maybe a little less, are those pickleball courts. I think we know that this project is going to go ahead. None of us are really happy about that. I don't think that the concerns of the neighborhood have been addressed sufficiently. I know I went to all the engagement issues, and I'm glad that Bernadette is here. I don't think 2 extra parking spaces is going to cut it. I work from home. I sit here, I see the windows, and I watch the activity in the parking lots throughout the day and throughout the evening. And I can tell you the county needs to decide what is the priority for the facility itself, because we have times when the facility is used for other events. I'll point out voting. Early voting in November, activity in the parking lot was pretty intense. You rent out the facility for, I think I've seen wedding receptions there, I've seen church services there, I've seen memorial services there, I've seen kids basketball games there, which are all during pickleball hours. When we have those double bookings of the people using the building and people using the courts, we run into problems with parking. 2 extra spaces is not going to cut it. I've already called in or put in tickets for parking violations on nights when we have excess activity going on. As to the basketball court, I think that needs to revert completely to basketball. I would love to say that I empathize with the pickleball community in wanting to keep access to those courts, but I can tell you right now that I hear all of the activity from the courts from my house with the doors closed. You can go to DPR, you can look at the tickets, you can see how many tickets have been, how many calls have been put in for people violating the quiet hours on Sunday morning. Access to those courts is not supposed to happen until 1 o'clock on Sunday, and yet we have people who routinely violate it. Given that we lived through Saskatchewan's idea of a bad joke the past 3 weeks with the snow and the cold, I will tell you it's been very peaceful because we haven't been able to hear the sounds of the pickleball. Right now I'm seeing balls pop over, and as other people are talking, I can hear people through my windows who are yelling and screaming as they're playing. I understand that the parks are meant to be accessible to everyone, but I think in this case, with the proximity of these courts to our houses, our concerns really need to be taken into account with this, and the hours and the access to the facility really need to be taken into account. On top of that, I live in an old house. I will speak for the 2 houses on either side of me. Bernadette, if we could have a construction schedule that lists out when there's going to be heavy digging and drilling, that would be really useful. Like I said, I've got an old house, old foundation, old pipes, and I'm not too happy about what kind of vibration may be coming through the ground with that, and may structurally impact my home along with my neighbors. That's what I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKee. Mr. Kushner, could we locate Ms. Nelson?
Do not believe no, she will not be in attendance tonight.
Okay, so we can then move over to Mr. Ciccarelli. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. First of all, I want to thank the board for removing this topic from Saturday's consent agenda. I recognize that some of you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that, from the Parks and Recreation, but I really do appreciate it because the county residents who've just spoken here wanted to be able to voice their concerns, so thank you. As a representative of the Columbia Heights Civic Association, I've spent many hours over the past 2+ years trying to educate representatives, various types of the county, but our efforts have we're moving forward with the project. We haven't found another site. So I thought it would be in order to speak tonight using materials that have been provided by the pickleball community to turn things on its head a little bit, see what the pickleball community says about Walter Reed. So I've provided some slides, some of you have, from pickleball slides. So the slides were from a presentation given by the Arlington Pickleball Club to the board in May of 2023. As you'll see from the slides, there's various things. They're just sampling from that presentation. Locations with 4 courts or fewer, especially those that require reservations, are not what they want. And that quote, players will congregate at the Walter Reed Community Center until a larger, dedicated, pickleball-only facility is established elsewhere. Okay, they also say that people will forego play at other locations that won't be as crowded because of the social nature of the game. So people will forego playing at courts that are not crowded to play at Walter Reed that's crowded because they want to be with other people. On the third slide, they also reiterate the people you just heard from said that players come first thing in the morning and still until late at night, and that pickleball has overwhelmed the small local community center. Last thing I'll say from this slide is that the last slide is from a Facebook page called The Kitchen. On that page, it makes clear that the real fix, and this is a standard, you'll see this, to mitigate noise is distance, with 250 feet being the absolute minimum in residential areas. I'll note, this design, the courts are 170 feet from homes. So it's significantly within the space that should be a minimum. I've also provided a 3-page handout containing a list of municipalities and counties that have done things to address pickleball noise across the country. The first one you'll see has Vienna on it, where they've limited play to just 34 hours a week. You'll also see Fairfax and Reston, where they've closed courts or dropped them from plans because they see noise as an issue for their residents. Fairfax even has instituted planning guidelines that say you can't have courts closer than 250 feet away. There's a whole list of projects, there's a whole list of communities there. I'm going to make 2 quotes. From the Deputy Director of the Denver Parks and Recreation, it would be irresponsible for me to bring back these courts to this park. Let's find the right park. From the city of Walker, Michigan, we were also putting a burden on our neighbors that really negatively affected their quality of life. We didn't realize the sound, of course. We were actually violating our own noise ordinance in the city. So keeping these things in mind. So it's for all these reasons that we're surprised that we are where we are today. So there's a few things we're asking. We want to be able to provide users of the community center who are primarily from Columbia Heights and Green Valley with a greater ability to use the facility, the community center itself. Because right now, as has been alluded to, there's so many pickleball players, they crowd out other users of the community center. The extra 2 spots aren't going to make a difference because the demand that's going to be created by the additional facilities is just going to swamp that. Okay, and this is especially problematic for us as we're highly aware that many of the players coming to play are from outside of Arlington. And them coming and using our community center, we find incredibly ironic. We also want to provide residents some respite from the noise. Between 3,600 and 5,400 pops per hour. There's no sound mitigation curtain that can stop that. And we hear all of it. It's when all 6 courts are in use. You can look that up online. It's very easy to check. And as part of this, you should absolutely note, as has been said, the sound mitigation measures do nothing to prevent sound on the 2nd floors of anybody's house where most people in that neighborhood sleep. So that's just how it is. So as we've discussed with the board members many times, there's 6 courts. It's the largest facility in the county. It's one of the only facilities that allows drop-in play, which is what the players want. It's really relative to Walter Reed becoming a breeding ground for most of Arlington's pickleball play. As the pickleball players prefer drop-in play, this is why we have dozens of people every day, every hour of every day, and it's not equitable. So given all of the above, as has been already alluded to by, I think it was by Deborah, we're asking that, the DPR should provide 3 days off each week with no pickleball plays occurs. 2 weekdays, 1 weekend, once operation of the permanent courts begins. This would provide some measure of equity and compromise with the community. They'd still get 4 days a week. This would not be popular with the pickleball community, but some degree of fairness needs to come into play here. Without it, there's real long-term damage that this plan is going to cause the community. It'll be significant, and I don't know what to say other than that, except we need your help, we need some common sense, and thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Ciccarelli. Do we have any more speakers?
No further speakers on this item.
So the discussion is now with the board. Do we want to go ahead with a motion, if this is available? Mr. DeFront, I have the motion right here.
Thank you. I move that the county board approve the award of contract resulting for the invitation to bid to Bright Masonry, doing business as Bright Construction Group for the construction of the Walter Reed Outdoor Pickleball Court improvements located at 2909 16th Street South in the amount of $1,715,650 and an allocation of $171,565 as a contingency for a total contract authorization of $1,887,215. In addition, authorize the purchasing agent to execute the contract documents subject to legal review by the county attorney.
Thank you. Is there a second? It's seconded by Ms. Cunningham. Mr. DeFront, you want to briefly speak to your motion?
Sure. It's been a little while since I have knocked on the door of a couple of you, and since I've heard the concerns, I'll have some questions regarding the basketball court, the hours, just to try to elicit the pieces. I'm mindful, I believe that the sound barriers at least according to our studies, have been effective or somewhat effective. I would also note that pickleball during COVID and pickleball pre-construction is not necessarily identical to pickleball post-construction. That would, I suppose, be somewhat frustrating perhaps to Mr. Dellinger and others who've reached out to us. I do think that there are elements of compromise here. Certainly my impression with respect to the basketball court, the hours on the weekends are not what several of you would like, but they are different than they were at the start of the process, and perhaps not what other pickleball players would like. I will not say that in perpetuity we know where the balance is, but I do think as I've listened and as I've tried to engage over time, and I think it's fair to say that probably engagement on pickleball has been less over the last 6 months than the prior year before that. I feel like there are elements of a compromise that lead me to wish to move forward. And I think certainly with respect to the number of courts, this is not the 9 courts that was advocated for. This is 6 courts. And I do believe, although it's anecdotal, that there is some dispersion of the efforts of pickleball play to other places. This is certainly, in my view, not the end of the pickleball story. With respect to future facilities, we do have to manage our capital investments, but for those assorted reasons, I believe this is a compromise worth moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. Mr. Spain.
The time has come. I was, of course, not around sitting on a dais where a lot of this conversation took place, but I am innately aware of the concerns of our citizens in and around Walter Reed Community Center. I've actually taken the liberty to, over the past year, to go out there at night, during the day, on the weekends, and then just listen. I'm a supporter. I think pickleball is a great sport, and it has evolved. But y'all may have often heard me say this, and you'll hear me say it again. There's a wrong way to do the right thing. I've also talked about how I think it's critically important that we have broad-scale community engagement before we take on these projects. Because once this project is done, it's going to be around here for 15, 20 years. There's not much you can do about it. Then the quality of life to some of the citizens that we've heard is going to be impacted. So how do we mitigate those issues and those concerns? The train may have left the station and it's too far to pull back, but I do want to kind of go back simply because I was not here to ask a few questions. This is probably the staff. When did the first community engagement begin as it related to this pickleball court for the community? What year was that?
The first meeting was held in February of 2023.
2023.
Yes.
And so in the data that we use, I was taking some notes here. The folks that participated in the study, do we know, was that just Arlington, or were there folks outside of Arlington participating in that study as well? That report, it was like 1,136 people who participated in the study. Were that Arlingtonians?
My belief is that the majority were. I don't have the exact data, but we were able to identify through the study and the responses how many were within Arlington and if any were from outside.
Excuse me, sorry. And I would just also clarify with that should be available online, the aggregated data between survey results and percentages, how people may have laid comments, whether you had a Arlington zip code or you did not. So there was, at the time, and I share for illustrative purposes, because we know this was a challenging process, we were receiving comments from other jurisdictions like Colorado, and other locations that have either had interest in pickleball or had an interest in sound impacts. And so at that time, we did disaggregate that data so we knew where we could understand what, or try to best understand what the Arlington perspective was through that.
Okay. And I don't want to take up all my time. I know we received an email and some information in from the the Pickleball Association about their concerns. I am open, really open to this issue of access and hours. I think, we need to really look at some level of limit, I think, with this court. We also need to look at other areas around Arlington, and that's another conversation, right, about where we can erect pickleball courts, because we want it all across Arlington. 2 parking spots, as we already know, is just not going to cut the mustard. This is going to be a prized place for a lot of folks to come to, and I feel that a lot of folks are going to be left out from utilization of the community center. And again, I don't want to prolong the conversation, but now I'm starting to think about even the equity analysis, right, that went into this endeavor, and want to understand, how do we arrive? Who's burdened, who's missing, who's impacted, right? I'm not seeing it on the staff report here, but that's it for right now. I just want to we'll come back to some questions I have about the contract. But that's it for right now, just my thoughts.
Thank you, Mrs. Spain. Ms. Cunningham.
So I think, again, most of us weren't here for this engagement, though we were certainly here in the community. We have heard on this project and on many projects since COVID in particular that our community's not fully on board with whether our engagement model is still working. And so I'm curious, I think we heard from several community members specific to this project that they would like to see, we heard it tonight, is this a communicate level, or should it have been deeper? I think there's an eagerness for more in-person, deep listening, and I know that takes a lot of time and also isn't available to everyone, which is why we do the pop-ups and we do all the other things. But I just would love staff's reflection on what you think we might be able to do better on these types of engagement in the future.
Thank you for the question. One of the things I just kind of want to give a little bit of perspective of in that we've listed it as the consultant, the engage and communicate consult, excuse me. This process in all intents and purposes had gone pretty far beyond that actual listing that pairs with the classification for the CIP and the way it works. But really on this one, we had the 3 engagements that Ms. Grullon described. And when we did that, they were some of our most well-attended engagements I've ever been part of in my 25 years here. And at that, we had a complete abundance of staff to have personalized conversations. The department, either also for this particular project, we have met with neighbors and the user groups individually, not individually, but in small groups. The department DPR has also met multiple times, and I don't know the exact number, from the beginning of pickleball starting to emerge at Walter Reed in meeting with the neighbors and pickleball users out there on a fairly regular basis early on when this was at the height of its community discussion, if you will, about pickleball at this facility. And so I just wanted to kind of mention that because this has been a lot of personal conversation. I think the 3 of us sitting here and many more staff were engaged with residents, and we didn't always have the answer that every user or resident wanted to have, but I feel that we were able to be there and hear that. Are there ways we can improve to get out to people who may not have been involved? In this case, just so as an example, we gave flyers to every resident in the area, including the multi-family residential to the north of the site. We posted signs. It's on our website. Are there always ways to try to improve communication? Who could be involved? Yes. I say all that because this is one of the processes we've put all of our tools and tricks into it. In the almost a year and a half that we were having the conversation. So we really exhausted many things that we do in the engagement area. Are there new things out there that we continue to learn and do? Pop-ups in a different way than we've already done them? Those things like that could be. I just wanted to share that we went a lot of different ways with trying to talk to the community and the user groups that were involved out here. But are there things that we could learn? Potentially. But we really went through all the different mechanisms that the county utilizes right now.
Ms. Cunningham, if I could add, and I usually don't like to chime in on these kinds of issues, we did not lack engagement in this particular exercise. we did multiple levels of engagement. They were not scientifically tested to make sure that they represented, the full interests of everybody in the community. I think what the engagement did is it crystallized the issues. And the issues you've heard tonight, they're not easy. We have ended up with a project that I would label as a compromise. And I'm not going to be trite about saying where no one's happy, because I actually think this is a situation where the current courts are basically falling apart and they need to be replaced. There are fewer than there are currently there. We've made adjustments about the hours on site and done mitigation to the extent that we can physically do mitigation. It is not complete. I've talked with Mr. Ciccarelli about this many times and other members. It's not complete, and there is a challenge associated with that. It is a balance associated with that. I would be remiss if I didn't say that we were getting direct feedback, not only from the community, from the board, your predecessors, and some of the current members of the board, to move ahead in this direction. It's always a choice of the board to decide to hit the pause button. But I actually do not think there was a lack of engagement. We know the issues that we have heard have been crystallized, and I think, unfortunately, we haven't been able to meet everybody's interests.
Great, thank you. And I think we heard a number of ideas about different hours. I think some of the written materials talked about different quiet equipment. Can you catch the three of us who weren't here for the full engagement up on, are some of those tools still variables that we can explore in the coming years?
So yes, I would never take anything off the table on looking at adjustments that can be made. Just a little bit of background, we at the Walter Reed Community Center, we've adjusted the hours. I think they were adjusted 3 times there. It was a reduction, a second reduction, and then we moved to the hours of the community center, and the pickleball courts are one and the same. We have a year before courts would open if this were to be approved, and I think there's opportunity for conversations around are there some tailoring to those hours that are operating. I do not operate the facility myself, but I can't promise what the results of that would be. But I do think that we have never not had that conversation, and it's demonstrated by the changes we've made to this point in time. I can also mention that the county continues, and I would have to double check on this, but continues to try to work on our alternative methods. And I know this is not a major step, but things like the quiet paddles and quiet balls, I believe, are available at the Walter Reed Community Center if somebody were to choose to use it. If they're not there, I could be incorrect in that, but we are trying to test that in many locations. And so there are things that we can continue to try to do to improve that experience for the neighbors and the users at not just this facility. To bring us back again a little bit, when I was here presenting last time to everybody, we've changed. We've added 14 multi-stripe courts across the community, so we have 35 outdoor locations now for people to play, and a lot of those locations are tight as well. And so this is not just a benefit for this facility; it is a benefit where pickleball is either played currently or will be in the future. So an improvement we can make. This is lessons learned that we can tailor the entire approach to it if we can do that.
And then one last question for the manager is the question of indoor courts. I know some of our commercial landlords just opened an indoor ice arena or whatever nearby, and indoor soccer, and the St. James down in Springfield is pumping at all hours. Is that an economic development pathway as we look at adaptive reuse, or is that a pipe dream?
In the last 3 years of conversation about this, I remember Mr. Dorsey sitting in the chair seat there saying he begged people to come and take advantage of the commercial opportunity. There has been in Crystal City, we worked out something with JBG Smith where they've made courts available. And I think the facility that just opened up in Clarendon today, I wasn't even aware of that. I don't think it has pickleball underground, but there's the possibility, not yet. It's the possibility. The board took action, I think a year and a half ago, to allow the use of our commercial spaces for facilities like this. And I think that they're absolutely available. And I understand that the YMCA has stepped in and made spaces available. One other thing I did want to address, because I think Mr. Spain brought it up, and I think it's absolutely legitimate, is that when we had the presidential election, I'll acknowledge it was a bit of a mess down there. We chose that site because it is accessible to people in the southern part of the county to come and vote. And we had a little bit of a was high demand. So we will take a look, I think, in the presidential election year. Absolutely, there needs to be a better way to try to calibrate those needs there. But as Mr. Beach said, we have striped, how many courts was it, Eric?
We restriped 7 tennis locations and created 14 more for 35.
14 more courts. And, I can only speak for Mr. Carantonis and myself who live with this, that there has been some changes. I think people have realized there are more opportunities in the county to go. So that has lessened the use of it. But I'm not going to say that when we have a new facility that suddenly there won't be more people coming there. There's a possibility. So we do need to look at the hours and adjustments as we go ahead and move for that. But I just did want to say one last thing, because I brought this up. The courts they're in there right now, we need to shut them down. They're not in good condition at all.
Mrs. Spain, do I see a
Yeah,
light?
you want, Maureen, or before?
Or Ms. Coffey?
Thanks. I'll be quick. I know a lot of the questions and concerns that are being raised at this point in time are unfortunately reflective of asks and desires that are not subject to this vote, since we are voting to approve a bid for a contract. But I'm wondering if staff could share a little bit about, what during the construction phase will be done to help communicate and work with residents on mitigating the construction phase impacts on those who live nearby to the site.
Sure. So during construction or prior to construction, we'll actually work with our comms team to ensure that not only the Walter Reed Park users or community center users, but also the neighboring residents are aware of the construction timeline. The construction also does adhere to the noise ordinance, so they can only happen during those permitted hours. And throughout the construction, at this moment, we have anticipated a certain period of time for construction. Our hope is to work diligently with the construction team and construction and general contractor to ensure that they are working in a timely way, and we're communicating constantly or regularly with the community through the community center staff, as well as updating our project webpage and posting blast or blasting out information to keep everyone informed of the progress of construction.
Ms. Coffey, is that a satisfactory answer?
Yeah, I think that's all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mrs. Spain?
Yeah, I appreciate my colleague, Ms. Coffey, keeping us on task about what we're supposed to be doing here today. But for us new folks in the seat, right, it's always great to kind of reflect and know for the new folks to the table, it's like where we were, where we are, and where we're going, because this is significant. To the company, and thanks to my colleague, Ms. Maureen, for that last question, because that was part of what I wanted to ask, how we're going to engage with the community about the construction hours and the impact of the noise, like we got that. Bright Masonry Incorporated, just question of mine, do you know right off, are there any other projects that they have performed or done here in Arlington that we know of? Who won this bid?
I'm going to say I believe there's one project that they have currently completed, and right now, the name of the project escapes me.
That's okay.
Of course.
If I don't know if I'm showing my card, but perhaps down the road, I'll be asking questions. With a lot of these companies, who are they relative to Arlington? But look, I see it's a great layout here on the staff report. Okay, I think, Mr. Chair, that's all I have. I just hope that we can, as we move forward, we can, really be mindful of what the community has asked, at least a portion of that surrounding community, as we think about hours down the road, right, in that facility and usage, because I think, we talk about sweet spots and compromise. I think there's a way for us to find that sweet spot with the hours.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Any other concluding remarks, Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes, please, thank you. Just so we're clear, and just either of you correct me if I'm wrong, we're going from 9 courts to 6, correct? Okay. We are not playing on the basketball court. That is not our plan currently in the initial stages of the hours. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you clarify that one more time?
We're not playing pickleball on the basketball court in the initial.
We're currently playing pickleball on the basketball court right now as it exists today. There are hours.
Once the 6 are done,
Yep.
will pickleball be allowed on the basketball court?
It will not.
Got it. I just want to be clear about that because that came up in the comments. We have the ability, once the 6 courts are built, to further reduce the hours through, there would have to be community engagement if we were to want to, but there's going to be some period where we are going to see how the 6 courts work. Is that a fair description? I think it's for Mr. Beach because you're presenting on the contract, and I think it's for Mr. Beach because of the public process to this point. I just want to see if that's accurate.
So we could approach it a variety of ways. In many cases, when we have issues that are, there's sort of lots of thought and opinion on, there are occasions where we allow the use to play for a bit to see how it lives into the neighborhood, knowing that here, there could be some conversation prior to that. And so that's something that I think that over the next 12 months while it's being built, we can look at that approach and then kind of move forward with one or the other options on that.
Okay. The initial plans seem to me that we have reduced. I'm mindful of the comments that are made. Mr. Cohen, I'm sorry for the recent circumstance that you referred to, and I appreciate you trying to find space. And there's a separate, Karen, there's a whole separate conversation, in my view, about how we can best address you being best represented, because all 5 of us are elected at large. And I neither think that there should be one person who just represents you who should be able to veto the idea of pickleball courts, nor do I think that I can best represent you because I'm not as close as some other members on the board. So I would welcome, that's a Arlington way and a representation issue that I'm happy to try to discuss. I don't claim that's going to fix everything. But the other pieces, I guess I'd have to agree with the manager. I'm sorry that colleagues are, and it's fair that they're newer to the process, and I would not claim the process is perfect. This is a compromise. I've probably upset Mr. Dellinger 4 or 5 times already tonight, and I would just say that we have listened to all the sides. All the sides are not there in terms of agreeing. No neighbors immediately adjacent would say that their neighbors a block away from the courts should not have a say. It's just that those neighbors, like Ms. Katz and like you, would all say, you have a particular interest because you're hearing it more than your neighbors 1 or 2 blocks away. And so I just think it's a compromise that I'm mindful that it's not perfect, and I accept the truths that each of you has spoken, but I'm ready to go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. Any other concluding items?
Just one safe question. It's only because of the county manager and his comment.
Concluding item.
Yeah, county manager, you mentioned maybe in a sarcastic way that the current state of the courts over there are at a point where they're just horrendous. I'm kind of paraphrasing. From a safety point of view, is it really that bad? Because I'm not aware of this moment.
I didn't use the word horrendous, but they're
I'm using it.
Yeah, they're reaching the point where I get reports the cracks have names. One is called the River Nile, and there's lots. We would have taken other steps to, and Eric, you can speak to this, to patch up and mitigate the courts that they're safe right now, but they're reaching the point where they wouldn't be.
Okay.
We have received emails about injuries there. Other concluding remarks? I can offer a few. First of all, I am a neighbor, so that we know. Until the sound mitigation was up, and still under certain conditions, I can remotely hear them, but without the sound mitigation, it was very clearly audible from where I live, which is right behind Walter Reed. Let me start with what this is actually about, because we have discussed the uses of Walter Reed a lot. And the board made some determinations, and we are in a process of evaluating how we accommodate a sport that we got to see how it grew in Arlington during the pandemic, and we have seen how the challenges that it brought in managing that. Ms. Grullon, I really appreciate the design. I liked a lot. I mean, if I had to ask a few things, I would ask. So first of all, does it provide a compromise between different interests right now? Remember that we are building for several decades ahead. I don't know if in 20 years there will be anything like pickleball. I'm old enough to remember several types of sports that, had a high time and then a downtime. So that happens. But our facilities need to be versatile and have to present a compromise that assures us that we can use them as we go. Because Mr. Spain mentioned the issue of how equity played into that. Big time, actually, Mr. Spain. Why? In my neighborhood, we have a lot of garden apartments and a lot of low and moderate income multifamily units. Walter Reed is a very walkable place. It's a place that is accessible for one of our traditional black neighborhoods by foot, and this is why it is important that the basketball court is still available to the youth that used to use it and has been a little bit displaced during the pandemic, and we want to see it coming back. My neighbors, thousands of households actually, who are around, have a walkable accessibility to Walter Reed. There is a reason why Walter Reed doesn't have so much parking like other places in Arlington, because it is actually walkable for the bigger neighborhood. So if we talk about sports in an urban environment, health in an urban environment, being a fit community in an urban environment, which is a huge thing. And we discovered during the pandemic how absolutely critical that is. We saw the use of Walter Reed skyrocketing, literally. Walter Reed is not only a place for pickleball. I can tell you that this is Arlington's table tennis center, right? I mean, I don't know a place that's so well visited. It has been a social place for the aging in our community, especially black people who are using the facility there. There's a senior room and there's also a daycare. So I think that the design that you present is, before it is a sports design, it's a social design. It provides social space, it provides space for social interaction, etc. If we learn something in the pickleball debate, and this is why pickleball is a very interesting case of a social phenomenon, is because it is not only a sport, it's also a place of social interaction. The toughest challenge with pickleball is dispersing the use, reducing the impact at the same time, and at the same time maintaining the social and the community benefits that this comes with. I believe that the design presents a good compromise. It's really refreshing to see that we finally think through and beyond just the athletic quality, and we see the people that will be using that will come together, etc. Then I said that there's some about walkability, and it's also a very affordable place because it is a sport that is way more affordable than others. And therefore, the way we are building this place, it really makes it gives the vectors of affordability as we go, whatever the use in the future will be, which may not be pickleball. A final thing, I think that the landscape design offers a lot of improvement possibilities. I think that with maturing vegetation there, we will be able to mitigate even more, way more than it is depicted in this contract. So Mr. Cohen, who lives on the other side of the street, and other neighbors will have way more buffer than they have today, not only distance, but also buffer. So thank you for this, and I believe I said that I am supporting the motion. So if there is no other comment,
Yeah, another
Mrs. Payne?
comment. Yeah, I just have to, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your comments, but in your comments, I just want to make a note, I don't think you meant any offense to this, but as you were articulating your thoughts and sharing that, you kind of said, garden style apartments. I'm very familiar with the Walter Reed, and it almost sounds as though you kind of tied that to Black neighborhood, and then you said Blacks and seniors using Walter Reed. A lot of folks use Walter Reed, and they come from all walks of life, and I don't think it's a black and white. I think it's rich and diverse on the south side of Arlington, and I just want to make mention that maybe I heard something a little different, but just how it was conveyed and how I felt your comments were like tied to Black neighborhoods and stuff. So, and basketball, right? So look, it's just want to make sure people know that everyone here in Arlington. Right?
Absolutely, but there was community input that was suggesting that we are displacing those who were using the basketball court.
I totally understand that, and I heard some of those same comments, but I've seen people from all walks of life playing basketball over there, right? And so not just Black folks.
Okay, so we are ready for a vote, right? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Coffey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. This is unanimous. The motion carries. Thank you. Mr. Kushner, thank you so much for coming tonight. It is also a little bit late, so thank you for your patience. Mr. Kushner, what is the next item?
This brings us to our regular agenda for the night and item number 30, which is a site plan amendment to revise site plan conditions to permit inpatient services at the basement of the Cherrydale Health and Rehabilitation Center. This is located at 3710 Langston Boulevard.
Okay. So do we have a presentation of this?
We do, if you give us just a moment.
I am so excited that Pierre is here to give the presentation. We're going to start off, I think, and are we going to do both pieces of the
Well,
presentation?
we have to have quorum, right?
Oh, no, we have to go one, and we have to adjourn.
the
Okay.
presentation.
I'm going to ask Pierre Jolicoeur to start off, and Anthony Fusorelli is here to provide information. This is on the site plan amendment for the Cherrydale Health, and then we'll have a separate presentation by Ms. Herbst when you convene as the Health Commission. So over to you, Pierre.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and County Board members. This is a site plan amendment for Cherrydale Health Rehabilitation Center. The site plan amendment is to revise site plan condition to permit inpatient services in the basement of the Cherrydale Health and Rehabilitation Center, located at 3710 Langston Boulevard. As you can see right here, this is the site location. The property, again, is located on 3710 Langston Boulevard and is adjacent to North Nelson Street, North Oakland Street, and Langston Boulevard. Here's a quick overview of the site. The site plan amendment was approved on May 24, 1977. The facility type is currently a nursing home, gross floor area of 88,700 square feet. The capacity is 240 beds with 96 parking spaces. The minor site plan amendment was modified several times in April 8, 1978, August 5, 1978, and December 12, 1998. None of those changes were major. The certificate of occupancy was issued on February 25, 1980. As I mentioned earlier, the site plan amendment is to allow installation of inpatient dialysis center in the basement, which requires a revision to condition 14 as approved in 1977. The condition currently states, a basement may be constructed. Its use shall be restricted to patient use. During the community outreach process, we received expressed community concern from Cherrydale Citizen Association. The concerns were regarding property maintenance, trash and refuse control on and off-site, intensity of the use, parking impacts, effect on adjacent streets, site access, loading service deliveries, and management responsiveness. During the review process, staff proposed several conditions to help mitigate these issues. Condition 14 amends to explicitly permit dialysis center use in the basement. The new condition proposed that are intended to address community concerns and mitigate operation at the facility. Condition 22 required Sherrydale Health and Rehabilitation to establish a neighborhood liaison. Condition 23 requires Sherrydale Health and Rehabilitation to conduct quarterly meetings with Community Advisory Board and Sherrydale Citizen Association. Condition 24 requires replacement of the loading dock gate and to maintain its functionality. Condition 25 requires property maintenance and performance measures. And the staff's recommendation is that the county board adopt the attached ordinance amending the site plan ordinance to revise the site plan condition to permit inpatient services in the basement of the Sherrydale Health and Rehabilitation Center, subject to all previously approved condition and revise condition 14 and the new conditions that staff has added to help mitigate any issues. Condition 22, 23, 24, and 25. Thank you.
Mr. Kushner, is there there are no commissions and are there any speakers?
We do not have any commissions. I believe we may have the applicant on the line.
Oh, the applicant. Yes.
That'd be Mr. Swartz with MFA, if they're available. Ah, got it.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you? My name is Cody. I help support Sherrydale from a operational standpoint. We're respectfully asking that you approve this amendment. We are looking forward to providing dialysis services within the facility that will help our in-house patients. I know there was some concern about increased traffic due to this, but it is only for patients that live in-house with us. It will actually decrease traffic through the facility because those patients that we currently have in-house being transported out will no longer have to do that. So we will be able to service any current inpatient and then put them in this new dialysis center. We did meet with the Civic Association last week and heard each other's concerns. We talked with them and have put together a plan to help meet with them more regularly. We did hear out their concerns. They are valid. We did a tour outside, so we plan on addressing all of those. And we just respectfully ask that you approve to help serve the patients in our community. Thank you.
And I see that your colleague, Mr. Rockenbach, is on the line. Is he here to support with questions as well? Mr. Swartz? I believe you have a colleague as well on your team on the line. Is he just here for questions? Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, colleagues, I will proceed with a motion on the
We do
item.
have public testimony.
We have.
We do.
I'm sorry because I didn't see anybody here. Do we? Is it online?
We do. We have
Okay. Apologies.
one speaker, Mr.
I see.
Charlie Sabatino, for 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Charlie Sabatino. I'm here appearing on my own behalf as a resident, although by way of full disclosure, I'm a member of the Arlington Commission on Aging and a member of the newly constituted Sherrydale Community Advisory Council. Now, one thing I did not see in the lease, which just became available to us this week, was the recognition of the Community Advisory Council, which I understand may be recognized someplace else. But if it is not, I really urge that it be included in a reference in the lease as something to be required, because the Community Advisory Council, which has been in existence for more than 10 years, is really the county's, it helps maintain clear channels of communication between the county and Sherrydale, and it enhances the community engagement with the Sherrydale residents, which is very important. The Sherrydale leadership right now is very supportive of the Community Advisory Council, which is great. but this is a 40-year lease, and we don't know what the leadership's going to be like 40 years down the road. The second thing that I really think needs to be considered in the lease as a change is some flexibility of the 210 minimum bed requirement, which is in paragraph 3. Looking 40 years down the road, nursing homes, skilled nursing facilities are not going to look anything like they do today. Today, the built environment of most nursing homes goes back to a hospital design of the 1960s and 70s with large numbers of patients, long sterile corridors centered around nursing stations. And it's not the kind of environment that any of us in this room truly aspires to attain, to live in. I know from personal experience that the Cherrydale leadership does the very best that they can do to provide quality of care, but they will always be impeded by the unavoidable shortcomings of the built institutional type of environment that we have these days. The nursing home market is moving, albeit really slowly, toward the model that is referred to as the small household model of care. And this model modifies built environments to create small houses or discrete residential units of only 10 to 15 residents each, primarily in single rooms with private baths, communal dining in each unit, and many other residential features that I won't go into. And the evidence-based literature of this model shows it's superior to the current model that we have. So adapting this model in the future may require some change in the minimum number of beds in a facility like Cherrydale. Therefore, I suggest language in my written submission for adding this flexibility. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Sabatino. Are there any more speakers, Mr. Kushner?
No further speakers.
So the discussion is now with the board. I will go ahead and offer a motion, which is to move that the county board adopt the ordinance attached to the staff report to this item, amending site plan number 116, SPLA 24-00021, to revise site plan conditions to permit inpatient services in the basement of the Cherrydale Health and Rehabilitation Center, subject to all previously approved conditions, and revised condition number 14 and new conditions number 22, 23, 24, and 25. Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Mr. Spain. I will say briefly, I'm very happy to see that we are finding a way to enhance, improve, and make more meaningful the use of a facility that has been with us for a very long time. Mr. Sabatino, I hear your comments about the kind of care that we should be offering at this stage of this 21st century, but given how restricted the conditions for decent and affordable healthcare are right now, I'm happy to take what we have access to right now, and I think that this is an excellent opportunity to continue to provide critical care to our population, especially to our increasing aging population right now in Arlington. Any other questions or remarks, Ms. Cunningham?
I just want to make sure board members are aware of the letter from the Civic Association that is attached to the board materials. I know it's getting late, so just make sure everyone's heard that. I think typically they would have been here to highlight that. They had raised some concerns in particular about deliveries, about parking, and about trash. And so I wonder if we can, is this the right time to ask the applicant and or staff to share a little bit more about how we are dealing with those?
Yes. If the applicant may speak more, but based on the conditions that staff enacted, and if you guys were to approve them, we believe that the applicant and the Cherrydale Citizen Association will be able to fix those issues. As the applicant mentioned, they had a meeting in the past, but most of those issues are being resolved through the conditions that we've provided.
So for instance, like the access of semi-trucks to the property, the use of refuse area as loading. You can come up if you want and just grab one of the microphones so we can have a conversation.
As far as the truck size, I can quickly speak on that. The applicants did inform me that they'll work with their manufacturer to get smaller loading vehicles to service the site. I think, as mentioned, the on-site service of the dialysis center would reduce about 75 transportation trips throughout the service.
We have two members of the applicant's delegation. I see also a hand here of Ms. Reichenbach, who wants to answer these. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Reichenbach.
Hi, good evening. My name is Moshe Reichenbach. First, I work on the plant operations side for Cherrydale. I help them out with the building and items like that. When the Civic Association brought up their concerns regarding some of the issues in the building, we did sit down with our team and figure out a game plan how we're going to make everybody happy. So with I'll just bring up their basic concerns. First, the trash was an issue at the time. We did have a broken compactor for 2 weeks. We did get that fixed right away with a 6-week lead time. We were able to tie that down to about a week to get a new compactor out there. And as well, we're going to build new fencing around that entire trash area with the automatic closing mechanism that all times that trash will remain closed and out of the view of the neighborhood. That means when you're passing by the building, you won't see our trash. We will be putting up a fence with automatic closing. Regarding the deliveries with the big trucks, we did reach out to fewer vendors, the medical supply vendors and the food deliveries. We did reach out to both of them to make sure that going forward, all deliveries will be delivered in a regular size box truck with something that has an easier time accessing the local streets around the side streets around the building, so we don't cause traffic or anything like that. Another issue was transport vehicles are parked around the neighborhood. We did reach out to our transport companies that we mentioned them that they shouldn't be parked around the neighborhood. I don't know why they park around the neighborhood. They're only contracted to come to pick up residents and take them to doctor's appointments and to dialysis treatments and items like that. So we did reach out to them, let them know that to not to be anywhere in the neighborhood, any side streets when they're not at the building. That means come to the building, pick up the patient, take the patient to the appointment, then bring the patient back and move on. Not to sit around waiting for your next appointment in our neighborhood. I think that pretty much covered most of their concerns. I know we have Cody at the meeting there. Cody met with them last week as well to go through anything else they might have missed, but we are taking every one of their concerns seriously and hoping to have a plan of correction for every single thing done there within the next 30 to 60 days.
And can I follow up? Were those concerns new or have they been raised in the past? I see we've got a burst of activity to improve things, which often happens when we're doing a use permit review, but had there been concerns raised either to staff or to the operator prior to last year, I guess?
You can go first.
These concerns, we were only notified about these concerns once we submitted these plans and let the neighbor. I work with Pierre notifying the neighbors. That's when all these concerns came up. I think there was a little bit of a lack of communication prior to this coming up. It fell through the cracks, that communication with the Civic Association. That was part of our plan of correction, actually, was to work together with the Civic Association going forward. We gave all our contact information. They met with the staff on site, Cody, they met with everybody, Tremaine, our administrator at the building there. I think we only heard these concerns once we notified the neighbors recently about this planned construction.
And I could add on to that, and as what Moshe said is correct. So when the applicant filed for the site plan amendment, the Citizen Association, Cherrydale Citizen Association, and a neighbor reached out to me immediately and asked for a meeting with CPHD planning leadership team and myself, which we met with the applicant, and then they informed us of the issues that they were having, which were mainly operational issues. However, we delayed the site plan to ensure that all departments in the county could be involved in the processes and ensuring that we could mitigate all these issues with appropriate conditions.
Is it? Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions?
I do.
Mr. DeFerranti?
I'll be quite brief. Appreciate Ms. Cunningham recalling our attention to the letter. I also think in staff briefings there was a delay, which the applicant would know, to try to make sure we addressed all these issues with conditions of 3 or 4 months. And substantively, I think I appreciate you asking the questions, Ms. Cunningham, and then the staff's answers. And then I do want to say that this is an essential service for our community. We're aging as a population, and yes, the smaller homes are ideal. Not everyone can afford the smaller homes that are the movement that have been talked about. And this is an essential service, so thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ferranti. Ms. Cunningham?
Yeah.
Vestigial. So if there is no other objection, I would like to call a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Ms. Coffey, how are you voting?
Aye.
Thank you. Nobody abstains, nobody is opposed. This carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming tonight. Thank you for presenting. Now, this brings us to the next portion of our meeting where we will morph into a different body. So we will recess the Arlington County Board meeting and we will reconvene as the Arlington Health Center Commission, the statutory body which maintains the lease agreement for the Cherrydale Health and Rehabilitation Center. Colleagues, I move to recess the County Board and convene as the Arlington Health Center Commission for the next portion of our meeting. Is there a second? Mr. Vice Chair DeFerranti has seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Ms. Coffey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. This carries unanimously. Without objection, this County Board is in recess. And I call to order the meeting of the Arlington Health Center Commission. Mr. Kushner, can you please call the first item before the commission?
Yes, of course. First item is the First Amendment to an amended and restated indenture of ground lease between the Arlington Health Center Commission, a public body corporate as landlord, and Medical Facilities of America, a limited partnership, a Virginia limited partnership trading as Cherrydale Health and Rehabilitation Center as tenant for real property located at 3710 Langston Boulevard in Arlington, Virginia.
Okay. Is there a presentation?
Yes, we're going to have Betsy Herbst from the Real Estate Bureau. We also have assistance as needed from DHS staff. Over to you, Betsy.
Ms. Herbst, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Betsy Herbst with the Real Estate Bureau, and I will give you some brief information about the ground lease, the new First Amendment to the ground lease for the Cherrydale Health and Rehabilitation Center. Let's see if I can get it to advance.
I've got it queued if you'd like me to run it as well.
Oh, okay. A little technical difficulty. Spoken before. Okay, next slide. The purpose of the amendment to the ground lease is by the request of MFA. They have requested a 40-year lease extension to facilitate a HUD loan for renovations to the facility. They plan to spend roughly $4.6 million to rehabilitate the facility. Some of those improvements are going to include repaving the parking lot, replacing the front doors, rebuilding the reception area, fully renovating 3 floors, upgrading the bell call system, constructing the new inpatient dialysis center in the lower level, plus other improvements. We are also updating, just in general, some of the other terms of the ground lease. Next slide. Just to give you a little history about the Cherrydale property. The land is owned by the Arlington Health Center Commission since 1976, when the county board conveyed it to the Health Center Commission. The county board are the members of the commission, and the property is subject to a reverter if it's not used for nursing home purposes or not in the public's best interest. The building was built and is owned by Medical Facilities of America pursuant to the site plan, which we heard about a few minutes ago. It was originally approved in 1977. And that site plan was approved for up to 40 beds, However, there are only currently 210 beds being used at the facility. Next slide. We last did an amendment, or we last did the original ground lease, or an amendment at that time to the ground lease in 2015. And under that current 2015 ground lease, the term expires December 31st of 2030. That ground lease requires MFA to maintain at least 60% Medicaid beds, and that has been a condition since 1976. MFA currently pays approximately $447,000 in annual rent, and of that, roughly 83% of the rent is used to offset the housing subsidy contribution to Culpeper Garden Assisted Living. Back in 2015, we also did a memorandum of agreement, which actually addressed some of the operational issues. We did not feel, even back then, and we didn't now feel that adding any of the operational issues and addressing those within the ground lease was appropriate, since this is a real estate transaction. But that 2015 MOA addressed the operational concerns, and it reconstituted the Community Advisory Board. Some of the highlights of the amendment: the term will be extended through June 30th, 2071 to facilitate the HUD loan. It will add 40 years to the current term expiration of December 31st, 2030. The ground rent that will be paid under this document until 2031, it will follow the payment schedule under the existing ground lease, with a basic rent plus annual escalations of 3%. And beginning in 2031, rent is adjusted based on a formula using the CPI index with stated caps. And thereafter, the rent would be adjusted every 5 years under the terms of the amendment. County staff did obtain a recent appraisal report to confirm that the proposed ground rent was within an appropriate market value range. Next slide. Some of the other terms of the amendment include the plans to spend the $4.6 million, as I mentioned before. The dialysis center is expected to serve up to 35 patients per week. And those are all inpatient patients. The minimum number of beds, we are requiring that the facility maintain at least 210 beds to be maintained, and that, as in the original ground leases, 60% of those must be Medicaid beds under the existing ground lease. We also included at the request of DES an option for the county to construct an underground stormwater detention facility in the parking lot to address flooding concerns in the neighborhood. This is if this site happens to be identified as a location, and that has not been determined yet. But if it is, then upon giving at least 1 year written notice to MFA, the county could construct an underground stormwater detention facility, similar to what is over, but in a much smaller scale, at Westover Library. We also updated insurance requirements based on current county standards. Next slide. And so the recommendation is for the Health Center Commission to approve the First Amendment to ground lease and authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief to execute the document, subject to approval as deformed by the county attorney.
Thank you, Ms. Herbst. Is there a presentation from the applicants?
Available for questions, but no presentation.
No? No presentation?
No presentation.
No presentation from the applicants. So the discussion is now with the commission. Are there any questions, residual questions? I would go ahead and make a motion, which is to move. I move that the Arlington Health Center Commission approves the First Amendment to amended and restated indenture of ground lease between the Arlington Health Center Commission, a public body corporate as landlord, and Medical Facilities of America 11 Limited Partnership, a Virginia limited partnership trading as Cherrydale Health and Rehabilitation Center as tenant for real property located on 3710 Langston Boulevard, Arlington, Virginia, RPC 06-027-017. In addition, authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief, Department of Environmental Services, or his designee to sign the First Amendment to amended and restated indenture of ground lease and any related documents on behalf of the Arlington Health Center Commission, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. Is there a second? Second. Is seconded by Mr. De Ferranti. I'm not going to add more to what we have already heard on this item. Is there any discussion? I see Ms. Cunningham.
I do, and I'll try to be brief here. I see in the lease terms, we've done an appraisal now, so we're kind of starting from current property values, and then for the 40 years, it would go up by CPI. Is that in line with how our real estate values have increased over time, or is that the CPI really reflect that? It seems like a lot of our property's gone up faster than that.
The CPI is often used in determining leases, rents for leases. It's a measure of the economy, and it's about the best that we can do to make some estimation of what market value is.
Okay, so that's what we're doing in other leases for real property, and it is consistent.
It's a very common practice to use that, yes.
Okay. And I think a community member had mentioned the idea of the community liaison or the community advisory board being mentioned not just in the site plan conditions, but in the lease itself. Were we able to pick that up?
We intentionally did not include it in the ground lease either this time or in 2015. Back in 2015, we did do a memorandum of agreement, which addressed some of the operational issues, and that was the document that actually established the Community Advisory Board. There may be something we might want to amend from time to time, but that is not something we typically would include in a property lease.
Okay, and is there a mechanism to make sure, pandemics aside, but to make sure that that is operating going forward? Is there a review?
It was operating, the Community Advisory Board, I understand, operated up until COVID hit, and then they ceased operation, but they have resumed, and they're getting reestablished. We do have a couple members of DHS, if you have any particular information that you need about the advisory board. They're involved in operating and running that.
Okay, and then the last question is, the lease is for an additional 40 years on top of the remaining time of the current lease.
Right.
And it seems to be triggered by the need for the HUD loan for a fairly modest, compared to many of our housing projects at least, only a $4 million, 4.6
Right.
renovation. Have we, as you guys were negotiating, thinking through, have we explored different ways to fund that might not require such a long-term lease?
Well, that's really up to MFA. This would be a loan that they would get, and that's what they came to us indicating they wanted to get a HUD loan. This was actually a couple of years ago, and it's taken us, several years to negotiate the terms of this amendment. And so that's what they preferred to use. I assume that it's common with this type of a facility. And it's also very common that a lender would want a term of 40 years. Typically, it's 10 years past, a 30-year loan is what they want to see in a ground lease term.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair, I would just say that
Yes, Mr.
On the
Dudley.
second of your questions with respect to the operationalness of the advisory council, I would certainly love to be on an email that follows up on that particular question, just to make sure it's operating. Maybe there could be follow-up. It's not a contingency of approval, it just, I'd love to see that it's actually operating. So, thanks.
I think both the advisory council and the details of the grant lease or the land lease have been discussed in briefings that the commissioners have received previous to this meeting, and I believe that this is recorded as a desire of the commission. So, Mr. Spain, anything else on this?
No.
Thank you. Then I believe that we can move on to vote on the Ms. Coffey. I apologize, I forgot to ask
Nope,
you, I was about to
nothing
ask you for your
further.
vote. So then, thank you. Then we can vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Coffey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Mr. Clerk, is there any other business to come before the commission?
There's not.
Then without objection, the meeting of the Arlington Healthcare Center Commission is adjourned. And we are reconvened as the County Board of Arlington County, Virginia. Mr. Kushner, are there any other items to come before the board?
There are, the first of which is the ratification of the county auditor's contract.
Thank you. I am pleased to move this item. These are items that have to do with the direct reports of the board, and they are relevant to their annual contracts, employment contracts. In this case, we had to make minor adjustments and improvements on the contract of the county auditor. I move that the county board ratifies and readopts the employment contract with the county auditor with an effective date of July 23, 2024, which is the original date. Is there a second?
Second.
It is seconded by Ms. Cunningham. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Ms. Coffey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. It carries unanimously. Then I will go ahead and move that the county board approves the amendments to the employment agreements with the county manager, the county attorney, the county auditor, and the clerk to the board, and authorize the chairman to sign each of the aforesaid amendments on behalf of the county board. Is there a second?
Second.
It is seconded by Mr. Spain. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Ms. Coffey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. We are going, we have an additional item, right, Mr. Kushner?
Yes, that's correct. One additional item.
Okay, so we have the following motion that I'm pleased to offer. I move to appropriate and allocate $250,000 from fund balance to the county manager's contingency fund. I further authorize the county manager to execute a grant agreement with the Arlington Community Foundation for humanitarian support services, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. Is there a second?
Second.
It is seconded by Ms. Cunningham. Is there any discussion? Then I will call a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Coffey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. Mr. Kushner, is there any other item or business to come before the board?
No
tonight?
further business.
No. Then without objection, our January meeting is adjourned.